I've spent 20 years as a land surveyor, which is a fancy way of saying I'm paid to be comfortable in places where most people feel lost. I know how to read a topographic map like a priest reads a prayer book, and I've spent more nights under the canopy of the Pacific Northwest than I have under a shingled roof. I'm not the kind of guy who gets spooked by a snapping twig or the scream of a mountain lion. In my line of work, you learn that nature is indifferent, not malicious. But what I saw 3 years ago in the high desert of eastern Oregon changed that perspective. It taught me that there are things in this world that aren't just indifferent, they are observant. And sometimes they decide to focus. It was late September. I had a 4-day window between contracts, and I decided to head out to a spot I'd scouted on satellite imagery months prior. It was a high plateau, miles away from the nearest Forest Service road, accessible only by a grueling 6-hour hike through jagged rimrock and sagebrush. I wanted the kind of silence that rings in your ears. I wanted to see the Milky Way without a single lumen of light pollution from the valley towns. I packed my ultralight gear, a week's worth of rations, and my GPS, a mistake that still haunts me because I relied on technology in a place where the laws of physics seemed to be fraying at the edges. I reached the plateau around 4:00 p.m. The air was thin and crisp, smelling of dry earth and juniper. It was the perfect campsite, a flat stretch of packed dirt protected by a semicircle of ancient, twisted basalt pillars. I set up my tent, a small one-man bivvy, and prepped a modest fire. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and deep oranges, I felt that familiar sense of peace. I was completely alone. There wasn't a tire track or a boot print within 20 miles of me, or so I thought. The first sign that something was off didn't come from a sound or a sight. It was a physical sensation, a sudden, sharp drop in the barometric pressure. You know that feeling right before a massive thunderstorm hits, that heavy, electric stillness where the air feels like it's being sucked out of the valley. It was exactly like that, but the sky was crystal clear. There wasn't a cloud in sight. The wind, which had been a steady 10-mile-per-hour breeze all afternoon, simply died. It didn't taper off. It stopped, as if someone had flipped a switch. I sat by my small stove, waiting for my water to boil, and realized I couldn't hear the insects anymore. No crickets, no night birds, nothing. Just the sound of my own blood rushing in my ears. I laughed it off at first, chalking it up to the altitude. I ate my meal, put out my fire, and crawled into my sleeping bag. I figured a good night's sleep would clear the mountain madness out of my head. I woke up at exactly 1:14 a.m. I know the time because my digital watch face was glowing in the dark. I didn't wake up because of a noise. I woke up because I felt like I was falling. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, my heart hammering against my ribs, and unzipped the tent flap. I stepped out into the cold air, expecting to see a predator, a cougar, or a curious bear. I had my bear spray in one hand and my heavy-duty flashlight in the other. I scanned the perimeter of the basalt pillars. Nothing. The landscape was bathed in a pale silver light. Then I looked up. At first, I thought I was dizzy. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was experiencing some kind of ocular migraine. I looked at the horizon to steady myself. The horizon was level. Then I looked back at the sky. The stars were moving. Now I'm an amateur astronomer. I know that the stars move as the Earth rotates. They drift a few degrees every hour, pivoting around Polaris, the North Star. But this wasn't the slow, imperceptible crawl of the celestial sphere. This was a visible, rhythmic rotation. The entire canopy of the sky, thousands upon thousands of stars, was spinning in a slow, clockwise circle, and the center of that circle wasn't Polaris. The center of the rotation was directly above my head. I stood there frozen, my flashlight drooping toward the dirt. I watched a bright cluster, the Pleiades, sweep across the sky in a wide arc, moving faster than a satellite, but with a weight and a permanence that no man-made object could possess. It looked like a time-lapse video, the kind photographers spend all night capturing, but it was happening in real time, right in front of my naked eyes. "Okay," I whispered to myself. "You're dehydrated. You're having a stroke. This is a hallucination." I reached down and grabbed a handful of dirt, squeezing the grit between my fingers to ground myself. I looked at my watch. The seconds were ticking by normally. I looked at the basalt pillars. They were solid, unmoving. Then I looked back up. The stars were gaining speed. It wasn't just the movement that was wrong. It was the perspective. As the stars rotated, they seemed to be dipping lower, as if the dome of the sky were a physical ceiling that was slowly sagging toward the plateau. The light from the stars began to smear, leaving long, glowing trails behind them, turning the black void of space into a whirlpool of white fire. And then the sound started. It was a low-frequency hum, so deep I felt it in my molars before I heard it with my ears. It sounded like a massive piece of machinery, a turbine the size of a mountain, grinding into gear miles beneath the earth, or perhaps miles above it. I realized then that I wasn't just watching something. I was being centered. The rotation was too perfect, the geometry too precise. I was the literal axis of whatever was happening in the sky. Every star in the universe was suddenly revolving around my specific coordinate on that plateau. I felt a surge of primal, lizard-brain terror. This wasn't a weather phenomenon. This wasn't a hallucination. This was a violation of the way things are supposed to work. I scrambled back into my tent, fumbling for my GPS unit. I needed to see the coordinates. I needed to see if the device could even find a signal under that churning sky. The screen flickered to life, the blue backlight blindingly bright in the dark. Searching for satellites. The bars stayed at 0. Then the screen began to glitch. The numbers for latitude and longitude started spinning, cycling through digits so fast they became a blur. That was the moment the logic shattered. My GPS wasn't just failing to find a signal, it was reacting to a shift in the local reality. I looked out the tent flap again. The stars were now moving so fast they had become solid rings of light, glowing halos that illuminated the plateau as if it were midday. But the light wasn't warm. It was a cold, sterile blue. I realized I couldn't stay there. I didn't know what would happen when the ceiling reached the ground, but I knew I didn't want to be the center of it. I didn't pack. I didn't grab my stove or my extra clothes. I just grabbed my boots, my bear spray, and my truck keys. I began to run. The moment I stepped outside the circle of basalt pillars, the hum changed pitch. It became a screech, a metallic tearing sound that echoed off the rocks. I didn't look back. I sprinted toward the edge of the plateau, my head down, focusing on the small pool of light from my flashlight. But as I ran, I noticed something impossible. No matter how fast I moved, no matter which direction I turned, when I looked up, the center of the spinning stars was still directly above me. I wasn't running away from the center. I was the center. The faster I ran, the faster the stars turned. I was a needle on a record, and the universe was spinning around the point where my feet touched the dirt. Panic took over. I stopped being a surveyor, an adult, a rational human being. I became a panicked animal. I dove into a narrow crevice between two large boulders, pulling my knees to my chest and covering my head with my arms. I squeezed my eyes shut and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. I stayed there for what felt like hours. The hum grew louder, vibrating through the stone until I thought my bones would shatter. The light outside my eyelids was so bright I could see the red capillaries in my own skin. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the hum stopped. The light vanished. The silence that followed was heavier than the noise. It was a vacuum. I waited, shivering, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I finally worked up the courage to open my eyes and look up. The stars were back to normal. Polaris was in its place. The Milky Way was a static, beautiful smudge across the sky. Everything was exactly where it should be. I didn't wait for morning. I hiked out by headlamp, moving with a frantic, desperate energy. I reached my truck at dawn, my legs shaking so badly I could barely press the clutch. I drove straight to the nearest ranger station in Prineville. I must have looked like a madman, covered in dust, eyes bloodshot, shaking. The ranger behind the desk was an older guy, a veteran with Miller on his nameplate. I started rambling about the stars, about the GPS, about the hum. He didn't laugh, he didn't call the cops. He just sighed, leaned back in his chair, and looked at me with a profound, weary sadness. "You were up on the high plateau, weren't you?" he asked. "How did you know?" "We get one of you every few years," Miller said, his voice low. "Usually they don't come back talking. Usually we just find their gear, perfectly laid out. Tent, stove, sleeping bag, all centered in a perfect circle in the dirt, but no person." He leaned forward, his eyes boring into mine. "Don't go back there, son. Some places on this map, they aren't meant to be measured. They're meant to be left alone." I haven't been camping since. I sold my gear, took a desk job doing urban planning, and moved to a city with enough light pollution that I can only see the brightest 3 or 4 stars on a clear night. People ask me why I gave up the field work I loved. I tell them I just got tired of the travel. But the truth is, sometimes at night, when the city gets quiet, I feel a familiar tingle in my teeth. I feel that sudden drop in pressure, and I'm terrified that if I look up, I'll find that the stars have started to turn again. And this time, they might not stop until they've finished what they started. The silence of my suburban bedroom is a different kind of silence than the one on the plateau. It is a crowded silence, filled with the hum of the refrigerator, the distant drone of the interstate, and the comforting, rhythmic click of the heating vents. For 2 years, I told myself these sounds were my armor. I believed that if I surrounded myself with the mundane clutter of civilization, the universe would lose my signal. I thought that by staying under the orange canopy of city light pollution, I was hiding in plain sight. But the fear of a surveyor is a precise thing. We deal in millimeters and arcseconds. We understand that a 1-degree error at the baseline becomes a 100-foot discrepancy a mile down the line. And lately, the math of my life hasn't been adding up. It started with the clocks. I have a digital clock on my nightstand, a simple, cheap thing with red LED numbers. 6 months ago, I noticed it was losing time. Not much, maybe 3 minutes a week. I replaced the batteries, plugged it into a different outlet, but the drift persisted. Then I noticed the microwave was doing it too. Then my car. It wasn't that the clocks were broken. It was as if the seconds themselves were stretching, becoming slightly more elastic than they used to be. I tried to ignore it. I told myself it was some quirk of the local power grid, or maybe just my own deteriorating mental state. I threw myself into my work at the urban planning office, staring at CAD drawings of sewer lines and zoning districts. I stayed late. I drank too much coffee. I did everything I could to avoid looking at the sky. Then 3 weeks ago, I received a package. There was no return address. It was a heavy, padded envelope, postmarked from a small town in central Oregon I'd never heard of. Inside was a rugged, scratched-up GPS unit. My GPS unit, the one I'd left in the dirt of the plateau 3 years ago. The screen was cracked and the casing was scorched as if it had been sitting too close to a high-intensity heat source. My hands shook as I held it. I hadn't told anyone exactly where I'd dropped it. I hadn't even told Miller, the ranger, the precise coordinates. To find this device, someone would have had to trek 6 hours into the rimrock, locate my abandoned campsite, and pick it up. I didn't want to turn it on. Every instinct I had developed in 20 years of field work told me to throw the thing in the trash and move to a different state. But the curiosity of a surveyor is a terminal disease. We have to know where the line is. We have to see the data. I plugged it into a charger. The screen flickered, struggling against the fracture in the glass. When it finally booted up, it didn't show the satellite acquisition screen. It went straight to the track log menu. There was only one entry. It was dated the night I fled the plateau. I opened the file. The GPS coordinates for my location that night should have been a single static point, the spot where I had huddled in the crevice. Instead, the track log showed a dizzying, recursive spiral. Thousands of points, logged seconds apart, mapped out a perfect golden ratio that expanded outward from my tent and then collapsed back into a singular, impossible dot. But it was the elevation data that made me feel sick. According to the internal barometer of the GPS, during those 2 hours I spent hiding, my elevation hadn't stayed at 4,500 feet. It had fluctuated wildly. It recorded me dropping to sea level, then spiking to 30,000 feet, then plummeting again. The graph looked like a heart rhythm during a cardiac arrest. At the very end of the log, there was a system note. It was a line of code the device shouldn't have been capable of generating. RECALIBRATION complete. Axis confirmed. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, watching the red numbers on my stove clock. At 1:14 a.m., the exact minute I had woken up on the plateau, the hum returned. It wasn't loud. It was a subaudible vibration that moved through the floorboards and up into the soles of my feet. It felt like the entire house was being tuned like a guitar string. I looked out the window, past the streetlights and the neighbor's roof. For the first time in years, the city's light pollution seemed thin, like a veil that was being pulled taut. The next morning, I called the Prineville Ranger Station. I didn't expect much. I just needed to hear a human voice that knew the truth. Ranger Station, this is Miller, a voice answered. He sounded older, his breath hitching slightly between words. Miller, it's me, the guy from 3 years ago, the surveyor. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. I could hear the faint crackle of a radio in the background. I told you not to look back, son, Miller said eventually. His voice wasn't unkind, it was exhausted. Someone sent me my GPS, Miller. It was in the mail, no return address. I know, he whispered. I'm the one who found it. You went up there. You told me never to go back. I didn't go up there looking for it, Miller said. I was on a SAR mission. A couple of hikers went missing near the rimrock last month. We never found them, but I found your gear. It was still there, but it wasn't right. What do you mean, not right? The tent, Miller said, his voice trembling. It was still standing, but the fabric, it wasn't nylon anymore. It had been turned into something else. It looked like obsidian, but it was soft. It felt like skin. And your stove, the metal had flowed like water and hardened into a shape I can't describe. It looked like a flower made of gears. I felt the air leave my lungs, and the GPS. It was sitting right in the center of where your sleeping bag used to be. It was the only thing that looked normal. I didn't want to touch it, but I figured if you were still out there somewhere, maybe the data on it would explain what happened to those hikers. But I couldn't get it to work. I sent it to the address I found in your old permit file. I thought you deserved to know that it came back. Miller, the stars, they're starting to do it here, in the city. They aren't doing it in the city, son, Miller said, and I could hear the sound of a man who had finally given up. They're doing it to you. You're the benchmark now. You're the point of origin for whatever is moving into our space. The plateau didn't just happen to you. It marked you. I hung up the phone. My hands were cold. I looked at the GPS unit sitting on my coffee table. The screen was dark, but I could see my own reflection in the cracked glass. I looked different. My eyes seemed a fraction wider, my skin a shade paler. I went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face. I looked in the mirror, and for a split second I didn't see the bathroom behind me. I saw the basalt pillars. I saw the silver light of the plateau. I saw the stars, not as distant suns, but as the teeth of a massive, grinding gear. I realized then that I couldn't stay in the city. The city was a grid, a rigid system of right angles and predictable flows. If I stayed here, I would eventually tear the grid apart. I was a topographical anomaly, a mountain rising out of a flat plain. The pressure was building. I packed a bag, not a surveyor's kit this time, but a survival kit. I didn't take a GPS. I didn't take a watch. I took a compass, a mechanical one that relied on the magnetic pull of the earth, though I suspected even that wouldn't help me where I was going. I drove east. I drove past the suburbs, past the farmland, past the Cascades. I watched the sky in my rearview mirror. The sun was setting, and the clouds were beginning to swirl in a pattern that looked less like weather and more like a fingerprint. As I crossed the high desert, the hum became a constant companion. It wasn't a threat anymore, it was a beckoning. It was the sound of a key turning in a lock. I understood now that the universe isn't just a vast, empty space. It's an engine, and every engine has its moving parts. Most people are just passengers, riding along on the smooth surfaces. But a few, the unlucky ones, become the bearings. They become the points where the friction is greatest. I reached the trailhead for the plateau just as the first stars began to prick through the twilight. The air was cold, smelling of juniper and something else, something metallic and ozone-heavy. I didn't need a map. I could feel the location of the plateau like a tugging in my chest. It was a gravitational pull, a debt that needed to be paid. The hike that had taken me 6 hours 3 years ago took me only 3 tonight. My body felt light, as if the earth's hold on me was loosening. I didn't scramble over the rimrock, I glided. The jagged basalt seemed to shift under my feet, smoothing itself out to create a path. The desert was welcoming its center back. When I reached the circle of pillars, I found my old campsite. Miller was right. My tent was there, but it was a nightmare of geometry. It had become a translucent, glassy structure that hummed in harmony with the sky. My stove was a twisted sculpture of fused titanium. I sat down in the center of the circle. I didn't feel afraid anymore. The terror had been replaced by a profound, heavy clarity. I was a land surveyor. I spent my life defining boundaries, and now I was the boundary. I looked up. The stars were already moving. They weren't just rotating, they were descending. The great square of Pegasus was a shimmering ceiling, 100 feet above my head. The Milky Way was a river of liquid light, flowing in a slow, majestic spiral toward the center of the plateau. I checked my pulse. My heart wasn't beating in the usual rhythm. It was beating in time with the rotation. Thump thump, pause, thump thump, pause, a binary code written in blood. The hum reached a crescendo, a sound so vast it ceased to be noise and became a physical weight. I felt my feet lift off the ground, not much, just an inch or two. I was suspended in the eye of the storm. Around me, the basalt pillars began to glow. The ancient rock, forged in volcanic fire millions of years ago, was reacting to the celestial alignment. They weren't just rocks, they were antennas. They were the anchors for the machine. "I'm here," I whispered. I didn't know who I was talking to. Maybe the stars. Maybe the thing that lived behind the stars. The rotation accelerated. The rings of light became a solid dome of blue fire. The plateau vanished. The desert vanished. There was only me, the pillars, and the grinding of the universe. I saw the hikers Miller had mentioned. They weren't dead. They were distributed. They were flickering in and out of the light trails, their bodies stretched into long, shimmering ribbons of history. They were part of the calibration now. They were the minor adjustments. I realized then that I wasn't just a bearing. I was the needle. The universe was using my consciousness, my trained, surveyor's eye for detail, to map itself. It needed someone who understood the difference between a minute and a second, between a degree and a radian. It needed someone who knew how to see. The ceiling of stars touched the tops of the basalt pillars. The sound stopped. The light became absolute. For a moment, I saw everything. I saw the curvature of the earth, not as a sphere, but as a fold in a much larger fabric. I saw the way time pooled in the valleys and thinned out on the peaks. I saw the lines of force that connected every atom in my body to the core of the furthest star. It was beautiful. It was horrifying. It was the truth. Then the world tilted. I wasn't on the plateau anymore. I was standing in a place where the ground was made of light and the sky was made of stone. The stars were beneath my feet, a carpet of glowing diamonds. The basalt pillars were above me, hanging like stalactites from a ceiling of dark, infinite earth. I looked down at my hands. They were translucent. I could see the stars through my palms. I reached out and touched the air. It felt like water. I pushed against it, and I began to move. I wasn't walking, I was navigating. I don't know how long I've been here. Time doesn't work the same way when you're the one who keeps the beat. It could have been minutes. It could have been centuries. But I know one thing. The surveyor is still at work. I am measuring the gaps. I am marking the boundaries of the new world. And every once in a while, I look back toward the place I used to call home. I look through the veil, past the light pollution and the shingled roofs, and I find a person who is looking up at the night sky. I see the moment they notice the drift. I see the moment the pressure drops in their ears. And I start to turn the stars. I turn them slowly at first, a gentle reminder that the map is changing. I turn them to see if they have the eyes to notice. I turn them because the engine must run, and the engine needs a center. I am waiting for the next one. I am waiting for someone who knows how to read the map, someone who isn't afraid of the silence. Because the stars have a long way to turn yet, and I'm getting tired of being the only one who knows the score. Out here in the cold, blue fire of the real world, the survey never ends. the lines are always shifting. The geometry is never settled. I look up or down or out, and I see the great square of Pegasus. It's my favorite constellation now. It's the perfect frame, a four-sided boundary in a world without edges. I hope you're looking. I hope you're paying attention to your clocks. I hope you notice when the wind stops and the insects go quiet. Because I've found a new spot on the plateau, a perfect campsite, and I've left the light on for you. The transition from being a man to being a coordinate was not a sudden snap, but a slow, agonizing stretching of the soul. In the city, I had been terrified of the tingle in my teeth, that high-frequency vibration that signaled the encroaching wrongness of the world. Now, in the heart of the engine, I realized that the tingle was simply the sound of a gear finding its tooth. My physical form, the soft, carbon-based architecture of my heart and lungs, had been a temporary housing for a much older surveyor's transit. I was being stripped of my meat so that I could better serve as a lens. The plateau was no longer a geographical location in Oregon. It had become a focal point, a thimble-sized aperture through which the infinite was pouring itself into the finite. I stood at the center of the basalt pillars, but I was also standing in the center of a Roman forum 2,000 years ago, and on the surface of a cooling moon 10 billion years into the future. The geometry was no longer Euclidean. To move my hand an inch to the left was to traverse a parsec. To blink was to witness the birth and death of a nebula. The most terrifying part wasn't the scale, but the precision. I could see the drift now. The universe was leaking. At the edges of my vision, the darkness of space wasn't an empty vacuum, but a frayed fabric. The stars weren't just turning, they were stitching. They were the needles of a great loom, frantically repairing the holes where reality had begun to thin out, and I was the anchor point for the thread. I watched a hawk circle above the rimrock. From my new perspective, the bird wasn't a creature of feathers and bone. It was a golden trajectory, a mathematical curve of intent and hunger. I could see its entire life from hatching to its eventual collision with a power line in 2026, all laid out as a single shimmering ribbon. I reached out a translucent finger and touched the ribbon. The hawk shivered in midair, its wings faltering for a microsecond as it felt the brush of a ghost. I pulled back, horrified. To observe was to interfere. To measure was to change. It's too much, I tried to scream, but I had no throat. The thought echoed through the basalt pillars, vibrating the stone until the very atoms of the rock began to hum in D minor. RECALIBRATION in progress, the world whispered back. It wasn't a voice. It was the sound of tectonic plates grinding together, translated into the syntax of a fever dream. I looked toward the horizon, where the lights of Prineville should have been. They were gone, replaced by a flickering Morse code of human history. I saw the campfires of the Paiute people, the guttering candles of the pioneers, the neon hum of the 1950s, all stacked on top of one another like transparent vellum sheets. The time drift I had noticed on my digital clocks back in the city was explained now. The city was a shallow pool, but the plateau was the deep ocean trench where time ran thick and heavy as mercury. Then I saw the hikers. They were huddled near the base of the tallest pillar, the one the locals called the gnomon. They looked like they were made of static, their edges blurred by the sheer velocity of the celestial rotation. They were trapped in the friction. To them, I must have looked like a pillar of white fire, a terrifying angel of mathematics standing in the center of their nightmare. They were screaming, but the sound was being stretched into a low, mournful groan that lasted for hours. I realized then why Miller had found my gear perfectly laid out. It wasn't an act of ritual, it was an act of preservation. When the stars turn, anything caught in the center is subjected to a centrifugal force that strips away the chaotic and leaves only the essential. My tent hadn't been turned to obsidian by magic. It had been compressed by the weight of 1,000 overlapping dimensions until its molecular structure collapsed into a more stable, crystalline form. The flower made of gears that was once my stove was simply what happens to stainless steel when it is asked to exist in 5 directions at once. I felt a surge of pity for the hikers. They weren't surveyors. They didn't have the internal grid to withstand the pressure. They were being unmade, their memories leaking out into the desert sand like spilled water. Save them, I thought. The stars above or below, I could no longer tell, pulsed in response. The great square of Pegasus tightened. The 4 stars that formed the corners of the square began to glow with a violet intensity that hurt my non-existent eyes. I felt myself being pulled upward, my consciousness expanding to fill the void between the pillars. I became the transit. I became the level. I became the chain. I reached out with my mind and began to survey the hikers. I measured the distance between their fear and their survival. I calculated the angle of their trajectory. I found the 0 point of their existence, that small, stubborn spark of self that remains when everything else is stripped away. I wrapped my translucent arms around that spark and pulled. The world buckled. The sound of the grinding gears rose to a shriek that threatened to tear the sky in half. I felt the resistance of the universe. It didn't want to let them go. They were part of the data set now. They were variables that had been solved. To move them was to break the equation. But I was the surveyor, and a surveyor's first duty is to the truth of the land, not the convenience of the map. I braced my feet against the rotating stars and heaved. I felt a rib of reality snap. The hikers vanished in a flash of silent white light. I felt them being ejected from the plateau, tumbled back through the layers of vellum, back to the shallow pool of the world I had left behind. They would wake up in a ditch near a highway, dehydrated and confused, with no memory of the blue fire or the man made of light. They would be missing for 3 weeks, but to them, it would feel like a long, bad dream that ended the moment they saw the headlights of a passing truck. The cost of their freedom was my final tether. With the hikers gone, the equilibrium of the plateau shifted. I was no longer balancing their weight against the stars. The centrifugal force took hold of me with a renewed, violent hunger. I was pulled through the center of the gnomon, through the basalt, through the very idea of here. I found myself in the between. It is a place of absolute stillness and absolute motion. Imagine a clock shop where every pendulum is swinging at a different speed, but the sound they make together is a perfect silent chord. I am sitting on a ridge that overlooks the earth, but it is an earth I don't recognize. It is an earth seen through the eyes of its creator, a blueprint of shifting pressures, thermal plumes, and magnetic ley lines. I see the cities as bright, cancerous blooms of heat. I see the oceans as vast, cold lungs, and I see the points of origin. There are hundreds of them. The high plateau is just one. There is a spot in the Siberian taiga, a specific sand dune in the empty quarter of Arabia, a nameless trench in the South Pacific, and a small, overgrown park in the middle of London. They are the bolts that hold the world to the frame of the universe, and at each bolt there is a watcher. I can see them now, my colleagues. Some are ancient, wearing the skins of shamans or stargazers. Some are modern, dressed in the ghostly remnants of lab coats or flight suits. We are the brotherhood of the benchmark. We are the ones who stayed behind to make sure the world keeps turning in the right direction. One of them, a woman standing on a peak in the Himalayas, turned her head and looked at me. Her eyes were twin galaxies. She gave a small, weary nod. "Welcome to the shift," she seemed to say. I looked down at the GPS unit I still carried in my mind. The screen was no longer cracked. It showed a single, steady reading: location, everywhere; elevation, infinite; status, locked. I realized then that Miller hadn't just found my GPS. He had been part of the handoff. The universe uses the people we know, the objects we trust, to guide us to our stations. Miller had known what I was becoming because he had seen the symptoms before. He had tried to warn me, not because he wanted to save me from the plateau, but because he wanted to save me from the responsibility. Because being the benchmark is a lonely business. I looked back at the city where I used to live. I found my old apartment. I saw the man who had moved in after I left. He was a young accountant, a man who believed in spreadsheets and tax codes. He was sitting at my old desk, working late under the hum of a fluorescent light. I felt a playful, bitter impulse. I reached out across the parsecs and touched the clock on his wall. The second hand stuttered. It skipped a beat, then another. The man looked up, frowning. He rubbed his eyes and checked his watch. The drift had begun for him. I felt a pang of guilt, but it was quickly washed away by the cold, beautiful logic of the stars. The engine needs bearings. The map needs surveyors. If not him, then someone else. The universe is a hungry machine, and it will not be denied its measurements. I turned my attention back to the great square of Pegasus. It was time for the nightly calibration. The Earth was wobbling slightly on its axis, a fraction of a millimeter, a discrepancy caused by a minor earthquake in Chile. It was my job to smooth it out. I braced my spirit against the basalt pillars of my new reality and pushed. I felt the earth respond, a massive, silent weight shifting under my touch. The stars groaned in their sockets. The violet light flared, then settled into a steady, rhythmic pulse. The axis confirmed, I thought. The silence of the between is not like the silence of the city. It is not crowded with the noise of men. It is a silence filled with the music of the spheres, a grinding, metallic symphony that tells the story of everything that ever was and everything that ever will be. I am the surveyor of the dark. I am the man who turned the stars. And as I look out over the glittering carpet of the cosmos, I see a new light appearing on the horizon of the world. It's a small, flickering thing, a flashlight perhaps, or a campfire. Someone is out there, deep in the rimrock, walking toward the center. Someone with a map and a compass and a heart full of curiosity. I smile, a movement of light across the void. I'll be waiting for them. I've already laid out their gear. I've polished the pillars and tuned the hum to a welcoming frequency. The stars are starting to turn again, and this time I have a feeling the new guy is going to be a natural. After all, the math has to add up. The line has to be drawn, and the stars must never, ever stop turning. I settle into my position, the cold basalt of eternity pressing against my back. The tingle in my teeth is gone, replaced by the steady, thrumming power of the vacuum. I close my eyes, the eyes that see through time, and I listen to the heartbeat of the world. Thump thump, pause. Thump thump, pause. The survey continues. The map is being updated in real time, and somewhere in a small town in Oregon, a retired ranger named Miller looks up at the night sky, sees a star blink out of existence for a fraction of a second, and knows that the new benchmark is finally in place. He sighs, closes his blinds, and goes to sleep, but I don't sleep anymore. I have too much work to do. The universe is vast and the tolerances are so small. I reach for the next star. It's a little out of alignment, a few arcseconds to the left. I pull, the gear turns. The world keeps spinning. And for one more night, the reality of man remains intact, protected by the ghost of a surveyor who forgot how to come home. The sensation of being a ghost is not one of transparency, but of density. I felt more solid than the basalt, more permanent than the tectonic plates shifting beneath the crust of the Oregon high desert. My consciousness had become a pressurized diamond, a single point of observation that refused to blink. I watched the accountant in my old apartment for a long time, or perhaps it was only a few seconds, as he struggled with the erratic ticking of his wall clock. I saw the frustration mount in his shoulders, the way he shook his wrist to wake up his mechanical watch, and the eventual creeping dread that began to pool in the back of his throat. He didn't know why the air felt suddenly thin, or why the shadows in the corner of his room seemed to be leaning at an impossible 46-degree angle. He didn't have the vocabulary for the drift. I withdrew my attention. It was a cruelty to watch the uninitiated stumble over the first loose stones of the apocalypse. Instead, I turned my gaze inward, toward the architecture of the between. The pillars were no longer stone. They were conduits of pure rhythmic information. I could see the pulses traveling through them, violet and silver, surging from the core of the earth and venting out into the vacuum of space. They were the stabilizers. Without them, the planet would not merely wobble. It would shake itself apart like a tire losing its lead weights at 80 miles per hour. We, the watchers at the benchmarks, were the lead weights. We were the ballast of reality. I moved through the light water of the plateau, navigating by the pull of the great square. I found that I could hear the other stations now. It wasn't speech, but a persistent, low-frequency thrumming. The Siberian station tasted like ozone and rusted iron. The South Pacific Trench was a heavy, crushing bass note that vibrated in the marrow of my non-existent bones. We were a network, a global grid of sentinels held together by the very geometry we were tasked to maintain. I wondered about the person who had preceded me here. Had they been a surveyor too, or perhaps a clockmaker or a navigator from a lost age of sail? The gear I had found, the perfectly laid-out transit and the crystalline stove, had been theirs once. They had been stripped away, layer by layer, until only the function remained. And now they were gone, dissolved into the larger calculation, leaving a vacancy that the universe had spent decades grooming me to fill. The tingle in the teeth returned, but it wasn't mine anymore. It belonged to the world. I felt a shudder run through the local fabric of space. Something was snagged. I looked down through the floor of stars and saw a discrepancy. In a small valley 300 miles to the north, a logging operation had inadvertently breached a secondary ley line. They were cutting into an old-growth stand that had acted as a natural dampener for the terrestrial hum. As the trees fell, the tension in the ground was rising. The local time stream was beginning to fray. I saw the loggers. To them, the sky was merely overcast. They didn't see the way the clouds were forming perfect, concentric circles around their camp. They didn't notice that their chainsaws were screaming in a key that didn't exist on the musical scale. One of them, a man with a scarred cheek and a faded baseball cap, stopped to check his phone. I saw his thumb tremble. The digital display was cycling through years instead of minutes. 1994, 2038, 1812. He looked up, his eyes wide with a primal, animal terror. He had felt the gear slip. I reached out. This was my function. I wasn't there to save his soul. I was there to save the sequence. I visualized the valley as a topographical map, a series of contour lines representing the pressure of time. I saw the tier where the old-growth trees had been. It looked like a jagged black wound in the glowing parchment of the world. I took a breath, a conceptual intake of the solar wind, and began to sew. I used the stars of Pegasus as my needle, pulling the silver threads of the surrounding forest over the breach. I redirected the flow of the local meridian, curving it around the logging camp like water around a stone. It was an exhausting, delicate labor. I had to calculate the displacement of every atom, ensuring that the correction didn't cause a surge elsewhere. I felt the resistance. The universe is lazy. It prefers the path of least entropy. It wanted the valley to collapse. It wanted the time leak to widen until the entire Pacific Northwest was a slurry of overlapping eras. But I held the line. I pressed my translucent hands against the edges of the tier and forced them together. The sound was like a gunshot heard through a mile of water. The logger with the scarred cheek blinked. His phone settled on the correct time, 4:14 p.m. The chainsaws returned to their mundane, oily roar. The clouds lost their geometry and became mere vapor again. He wiped sweat from his forehead, muttered something about the heat, and went back to work. He would never know that a ghost on a basalt plateau had just saved him from being smeared across the 19th century. I slumped back against the gnomon, feeling a strange, phantom ache in my chest. The work was constant. The drift was relentless. I understood now why the stars turned so slowly. It wasn't just for the benefit of those watching from below. It was because the mechanism was so heavy. To turn the galaxy, even a fraction of a degree, required a spiritual leverage that could crush a lesser mind. As I rested, I began to notice the residue of my previous life. Memories of the city, the smell of rain on hot asphalt, the taste of a bitter cup of coffee, the sound of a woman laughing in the apartment next door, were floating around me like dandelion seeds. They were becoming objects in this space. My love for my old dog, who had died 10 years ago, was now a small, glowing sphere of amber light sitting on a ledge of the basalt pillar. My fear of heights was a jagged shard of obsidian. I realized that the engine was filtering me. It was taking the chaotic, emotional data of my human existence and refining it into stable, geometric forms. It was turning my life into a library of constants. Eventually, there would be nothing left of the man who lived in the city. There would only be the surveyor, a perfect instrument of measurement, stripped of the noise of personality. I reached out and touched the amber sphere, my memory of the dog. I felt a fleeting warmth, a ghost of a wet nose against my hand, and then it faded. The sphere became a perfect, cold marble, another constant, another calibrated tool. I looked back toward the horizon of the physical world. The sun was setting on the Oregon desert, though from my perspective, the sun was a roaring, multi-dimensional engine of fusion that dragged a wake of warped space behind it. I saw a car winding its way up the dirt road toward the plateau. It was an old Jeep, its headlights flickering in the gathering gloom. I recognized the vibration of its engine before I saw the license plate. It was Miller. He stopped at the base of the trail, the same place I had parked my own car weeks or centuries ago. He got out slowly, his joints stiff from the drive. He didn't have a surveyor's transit. He didn't have a map. He only had a thermos of coffee and a heavy wool blanket. He walked to the edge of the rimrock and looked out over the valley. He couldn't see me, of course. To him, the center of the pillars was just a patch of empty air, perhaps a bit colder than the surrounding desert, perhaps shimmering slightly with a trick of the light. But he knew I was there. "I hope you're keeping the beat, son," he whispered. His voice was a tiny, fragile vibration in the vastness of the between. The clocks in town are starting to behave themselves again. Even the old grandfather clock in the Grange Hall is back on the mark. He sat down on a flat rock and poured a cup of coffee. The steam rose in a straight, unmoving line, a testament to the local stability I had worked so hard to maintain. "It's a heavy burden being the one who knows," Miller said, talking to the wind. "I did my stint back in '74, down in the Mojave. I lasted 3 days before I broke. I couldn't handle the silence. I couldn't stand the way the stars looked at me when they thought I wasn't looking back." He took a sip of coffee and stared at the great square of Pegasus. "You're doing better than I did. The alignment is clean. I haven't felt a tingle in my teeth for a week." I felt a surge of something that might have been gratitude, or perhaps just a final, dying spark of human connection. I reached out and brushed the air near his shoulder. I couldn't touch him. The physical world was like smoke to me now, but I could influence the temperature. I willed a small pocket of warmth to settle around him, a shield against the biting desert wind. Miller shivered, but he didn't move. He smiled, a tired, knowing expression. "Thanks," he murmured. We sat there together for a long time, the retired watcher and the new sentinel. I watched the world through his eyes for a moment, seeing the beauty of the fading light, the purple shadows stretching across the sagebrush, the utter, blissful ignorance of a planet that thinks it is standing still. But then the great square pulsed. A new discrepancy, a minor tremor in the Mediterranean, a shift in the magnetic north. I felt the pull of the pillars. The engine was calling. The calibration was never finished. The map was always in flux. I turned away from Miller, away from the Jeep and the coffee and the smell of the sagebrush. I turned back to the cold, blue fire of the real world. I took my place at the center of the gnomon, my translucent hands finding the invisible handles of the universe. I looked up or out at the stars. They were waiting for me. They were heavy, and they were old, and they were beginning to drift. I braced myself against the fabric of eternity. I found the rhythm of the heartbeat. Thump, thump, pause. Thump, thump, pause. And I began to turn. I turned the stars for the loggers in the valley. I turned them for the accountant in his lonely room. I turned them for Miller, so he could finish his coffee in the peace of a stable world. I turned them because I was the only one who knew how the gears fit together. The survey never ends. The lines are never settled. But as long as I am standing here, as long as the needle stays true to the pole, the world will keep spinning. It will believe in its clocks. It will trust its maps. It will sleep in the comfort of a lie that I maintain with every ounce of my shimmering, geometric soul. I am the stars that slowly turned, and I have never been more certain of my coordinates. The coffee in Miller's thermos must have gone cold, but he didn't move. He sat there like a gargoyle carved from the very rimrock he surveyed, a fading monument to a duty he had once abandoned. I could see the cellular decay in his hands, the way the starlight filtered through his thinning hair, and the heavy, rhythmic thrum of his heart. To him, I was a ghost. To me, he was a slow-motion explosion of biological static, a beautiful, messy collection of probabilities that refused to resolve into a single geometric point. He was everything I was losing, and everything I was protecting. I felt the pull of the Mediterranean discrepancy again. It was a sharp, acidic itch at the base of my conceptual skull. A tectonic plate had shifted 3 millimeters further than the planetary equilibrium allowed. To a human, it was a tremor that might rattle a few wine glasses in a coastal villa. To the mechanism, it was a catastrophic vibration that threatened to throw the entire rotational axis into a feedback loop. If I didn't damp it, the drift would accelerate. The accountant's clock would stop entirely. The loggers would find themselves cutting trees that hadn't been planted yet. I leaned into the basalt pillar, my essence intertwining with the violet light. I didn't just see the Mediterranean, I became the pressure of the water against the shelf. I became the friction of the rock. I reached through the dark, cold layers of the Earth's mantle, feeling the heat of the core like a distant furnace. I found the fault line, a jagged, angry red tear in the subcrustal map, and I pressed down. I used the weight of the great square as my lever. I felt the stars groan, a sound like grinding glass that echoed through the vacuum. The resistance was immense. The Earth wanted to settle into its new, lopsided shape. It wanted to wobble. It was the entropy of a tired world, the desire of a spinning top to finally fall over and rest. Not yet, I thought. The math doesn't allow for it. I pushed harder, my hands now just flickering ribbons of aurora, wrapped around the tectonic edge and hauled it back into the designated coordinate. I felt the snap of the rock, a silent planetary jolt that rippled through the ley lines. The violet light flared to a blinding brilliance, then faded into a steady, comforting hum. Calibration complete. The itch vanished, the Mediterranean settled. In a villa in Italy, a sleeping child didn't wake up. The wine glasses remained still. The lie of stability remained intact. I pulled my consciousness back to the plateau, feeling drained in a way that had nothing to do with physical fatigue. It was a thinning of the self. Every time I corrected the world, a little more of the man was traded for the measure. I looked at the amber sphere on the ledge, the memory of my dog. It seemed smaller now. The edges were sharper, more crystalline. Soon it wouldn't be a memory at all. It would be a fundamental constant, a numerical value for loyalty or grief used to balance a different equation. Miller stood up. He brushed the dust from his trousers and capped his thermos. He looked directly at the spot where I stood, his eyes milky with cataracts but sharp with a secondary kind of sight. "You're working hard tonight," he said. The wind carried his words, but the pillars amplified them, turning his voice into a booming resonance that shook the stars. I felt that one. My knees stopped aching for a second. That's how I know the alignment is back. He walked toward his jeep, his footsteps heavy on the dry earth. He stopped at the driver's side door and looked back one last time. "Don't forget to look down every once in a while, son. The stars are fine, but they don't care about the dirt, and the dirt is where the people are. If you forget the dirt, you'll start turning the stars too fast just to get the job done, and that's when the real trouble starts." He climbed into the jeep, the engine turning over with a familiar, oily cough. I watched the red glow of his taillights as he wound his way back down the mountain, leaving me alone with the pillars and the silence. I thought about what he said, the dirt. I looked down. I let my vision penetrate the crust, the mantle, the core, and out the other side. I saw the billions of tiny, flickering lights that were human lives. They were so fragile. They were like sparks from a campfire, rising into the night only to vanish a moment later. They lived in the gaps between my calibrations. They built their cities on the faults I held closed. They timed their lives by the clocks I kept steady. I felt a sudden, terrifying sense of scale. I wasn't just a surveyor. I was the architect of their continuity. If I closed my eyes, if I stepped away from the pillars for even a minute, the sparks would go out. The fire would scatter. The dirt would become a chaotic swirl of unformed matter, drifting through a universe that had forgotten how to count. The responsibility was a cold weight, heavier than the basalt. I realized then why the previous watcher had left his gear so neatly. They hadn't left because they were finished. They had left because they couldn't bear the weight of the sparks anymore. They had reached a point where the noise of humanity became an interference pattern in the signal of the stars. To stay was to become the machine. To leave was to let the world break. I looked at the crystalline stove, the transit, the perfectly folded maps. They were bait. They were the familiar shapes used to lure a human mind into the cage of the infinite. I felt a flicker of anger, a very human, very messy emotion. It burned hot against the violet light. Why me? Why the accountant? Why Miller? Why does the universe require a soul to act as its lubricant? Why can't the stars turn themselves? The answer came not in words, but in a sudden, overwhelming surge of mathematics. I saw the equations of the cosmos laid bare. I saw the inherent instability of a three-dimensional reality. It was a miracle that anything existed at all. The universe was a house of cards built in a hurricane. The only reason the cards stayed up was because someone, somewhere, was holding their breath. We were the breath. We were the conscious observers who collapsed the wave function into something habitable. Without a mind to perceive the order ceased to exist. The stars needed us to watch them, or they would forget which way to turn. I understood the trade then, my humanity for their reality, my loneliness for their connection. I reached out to the great square again. It was time for the midnight sink. The moon was pulling at the tides, creating a drag on the Earth's rotation. It was a tiny thing, a microsecond of delay, but in the long run, it would add up. It would become the drift. I adjusted my stance, my spirit bracing against the pillars. I prepared to pull. But then I saw it. On the far edge of the plateau, just beyond the reach of the violet glow, a figure was moving. It wasn't Miller. This person was younger, faster. They were carrying a heavy backpack and a tripod. They were stopping every few yards to check a handheld GPS unit. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the vacuum. I zoomed in, my vision slicing through the darkness. It was a woman. She looked to be in her late 20s, wearing a high-end hiking jacket and sturdy boots. She had the focused, intense expression of someone who solved problems for a living, an engineer, perhaps, or a geologist. She stopped at the edge of the pillar field and looked up. She didn't see the basalt columns, not yet. To her, this was just a strangely flat area of the desert, a geological anomaly she had found on a satellite map. She knelt down and cleared away a patch of dirt. She took a brass survey marker from her bag, a brand new one, shiny and gold, and held it against the ground. I watched her, my heart, or the memory of it, hammering in my chest. She was looking for the benchmark. She had noticed the discrepancy in the local maps. She had followed the breadcrumbs of the drift, just as I had. She was the new guy I had sensed earlier, the one I thought I'd be waiting for years to see. But she was here now. I felt a wave of panic. I wasn't ready. I hadn't finished my own transformation. I still had the amber sphere. I still had the memory of the rain. If she took over now, what would happen to me? Would I simply vanish? Would I become a spark again, cast out into a world that no longer knew my name? Or worse, would I be trapped here with her, two ghosts trying to hold the same lever? She began to dig. The sound of her trowel hitting the dry earth was like a bell tolling in the silence of the between. Clink, clink, clink. Every strike of the metal was a challenge to my authority. She was claiming the dirt. She was asserting the human need to measure, to categorize, to own the ground. I felt the stars shift. They were reacting to her presence. The great square began to pulse with an erratic, nervous light. The violet glow around the pillars flickered. The hum changed pitch, rising from a steady thrum to a sharp, dissonant whine. The engine was confused. It had two surveyors now, 2 points of observation, two minds trying to collapse the same wave. The accountant's clock in the city suddenly spun backward. The loggers in the valley saw the sun jump 20 degrees across the sky. The Mediterranean fault line groaned, the pressure doubling in an instant. "Stop," I whispered, but I had no voice. I tried to push her away with a wave of cold air, but she just zipped up her jacket and kept digging. She was determined. She was a natural. She hit something hard. She brushed away the soil, revealing the top of the original basalt pillar, the one I was currently anchored to. She ran her fingers over the carved markings, the ancient geometric symbols that define the center of the world. She smiled. It was a look of pure, intellectual triumph. "Found you," she said. At that moment, the connection snapped. I was thrown backward, not physically, but conceptually. I felt myself being uncoupled from the pillars. The violet light retreated, coiling back into the stone. The stars above me blurred into long, white streaks, as if the camera of the universe had suddenly lost its focus. The tingle in the teeth returned with a vengeance. It wasn't a tingle anymore. It was a roar. It was the sound of reality tearing at the seams. I saw the woman gasp. She dropped her trowel. The basalt pillar beneath her hands began to glow, not with the steady, controlled violet I had maintained, but with a wild, flickering white light. She saw it now. She saw the pillars. She saw the square. Oh, she saw me. For a fraction of a second, our eyes met. She saw a man made of starlight and geometry, a ghost of a surveyor reaching out from the cracks of time. I saw a woman who was about to lose everything she knew, a spark about to be caught in the gears of the machine. "Don't," I tried to warn her. "The weight, it's too much." But the handoff had already begun. The universe doesn't wait for permission. It only cares about the measurement. The amber sphere on the ledge, my memory of the dog, suddenly shattered. The shards flew toward the woman, sinking into her skin like needles of light. My fear of heights, my love of the city, my name, everything that was left of me was being vacuumed out and injected into her. She screamed, a sound of pure existential terror. She fell to her knees, clutching her head as the history of the station flooded into her mind. She saw the Mojave in '74. She saw the South Pacific Trench. She saw the accountant and the loggers and Miller. And I felt myself becoming light. I felt the density leaving me. I was no longer the ballast. I was no longer the surveyor. I was becoming transparent. I was becoming a spark. I looked up at the stars one last time. They were turning again, but the motion was jerky, erratic. The new guy wasn't a natural yet. She was fighting it. She was trying to hold onto the dirt. "Push," I shouted into the void. "You have to push. The Mediterranean. The fault. Hold it." She didn't hear me, but her instincts took over. I saw her hands go out, trembling, and press against the basalt. I saw the violet light respond, hesitant at first, then surging as she found the rhythm. Thump, thump, pause. Thump, thump, pause. The stars settled, the drift slowed, the world held its breath. I felt a sudden, violent tug. The plateau vanished, the pillars vanished. The violet light was replaced by the harsh, yellow glare of a street lamp. I was standing on a sidewalk. The air was thick with the smell of exhaust and rain. I could hear the honk of a taxi, the distant siren of an ambulance, the muffled bass of music from a nearby bar. I looked down at my hands. They were solid. They were covered in the dust of the high desert, but they were skin and bone. I felt the weight of my own body, the ache in my knees, the wetness of the pavement through my shoes. I looked at a shop window. A man looked back. He was older than I remembered. His hair was streaked with gray, and his eyes were wide with a haunted, hollow light. He looked like someone who had seen the end of the world and realized he wasn't invited. I reached into my pocket. My fingers brushed against a piece of plastic. I pulled it out. It was my old GPS unit. The screen was cracked. I turned it on. The display flickered to life, the liquid crystal bleeding into the corners. It searched for a signal, the little satellite icon blinking frantically. Location searching. Location searching. Then a beep. Location 45, 5,231 degrees N, 122, 6,765 degrees W. Elevation 50 FT. Status unlocked. I was in Portland. I was home. But as I stood there, surrounded by the noise of the city, I felt a familiar sensation, a tiny, rhythmic vibration in the soles of my feet. Thump, thump, pause. Thump, thump, pause. I looked up. The sky was overcast, the stars hidden behind a veil of orange smog and clouds. But I knew they were there. I knew they were turning. And I knew that somewhere on a basalt plateau 300 miles away, a woman was bracing her spirit against the pillars of reality, holding the world together so that I could stand on this sidewalk and breathe the dirty air. I felt a pang of guilt, a cold, beautiful logic that told me I had escaped a debt I could never truly pay. I began to walk. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to keep moving. I couldn't stand still. If I stood still, I might start to measure the distance. I might start to calculate the drift. I passed a clock tower. The second hand was moving. It was steady. It was perfect. I smiled, a movement of skin and muscle that felt alien and wonderful. The survey continues, but for the first time in a very long time, I wasn't the one holding the pen. I walked into the crowd, a single, anonymous spark in the dark, hoping that the new guy knew what she was doing, because the stars must never, ever stop turning. The transition was not a clean break. It was a tearing of wet paper. For several minutes, I simply stood on the corner of 4th and Morrison, my boots caked in high desert alkaline dust that looked like bone meal against the dark, slick Portland asphalt. People swerved around me, their faces blurred by the speed of their own lives. To them, I was a vagrant or a dreamer, a static hitch in the flow of the evening commute. To me, they were terrifyingly solid. I wanted to reach out and touch the brick of the nearest building, just to confirm that the atoms weren't vibrating at a frequency I had to manually tune. I felt a phantom limb syndrome of the soul. My consciousness kept trying to reach for the Mediterranean, trying to check the subcrustal tension in the Hellenic arc, but there was nothing there. The sensor array of my expanded mind had been pruned back to the wet, gray matter of a human brain. The world felt claustrophobic. The sky was a low, heavy ceiling of wool-gray clouds, and for the first time in what felt like centuries, I couldn't see the stars. I knew they were there, the great square of Pegasus, the cold fire of Vega, but they were no longer my responsibility. The realization brought a wave of nausea so potent I had to lean against a cold, iron lamp post. The lamp post hummed. It was a 60-cycle vibration, the standard pulse of the American power grid. I closed my eyes, and for a terrifying second, I tried to calibrate it. I tried to reach into the copper wires and steady the electrons. My fingers twitched, tracing geometric patterns in the air, but the magic was gone. I was just a man petting a pole in the rain. "You okay, buddies?" The voice was gravelly and real. I opened my eyes to see a bike messenger, his face streaked with road grime, idling beside me. He looked at my dusty gear, my hiking boots, and the haunted, hollowed-out expression I knew I was wearing. I started, but my vocal cords felt like rusted hinges. I cleared my throat, the sound incredibly loud in my own ears. "I'm just getting my bearings." "Portland'll do that to you," he grunted, pushing off. "Keep moving or you'll sink into the pavement." Keep moving, that was the directive. I began to walk, my gait awkward as I recalibrated my inner ear to a world that moved at 1G instead of the variable gravity of the between. Every step felt like an achievement in physics. I watched the people around me, a woman checking her watch, a teenager laughing into a phone, an old man feeding pigeons, and I felt a crushing sense of debt. They didn't know about the woman on the plateau. They didn't know about the violet light or the way the earth wanted to wobble like a dying top. They were the beneficiaries of a silent, eternal labor. I found myself walking toward the Willamette River. The water was dark and swollen with rain, swirling in eddies that followed the chaotic laws of fluid dynamics. I looked at the bridges, the Burnside, the Steel, the Hawthorne, and I saw them not as engineering marvels, but as anchors. Everything was an anchor. Everything was an attempt to keep the dirt from flying away into the vacuum. I reached into my jacket pocket and found a crumpled pack of cigarettes. I didn't remember buying them, but they were there, a relic of the man I had been before the pillars. I lit one, the smoke acrid and sharp, a biological insult that felt like a homecoming. As the nicotine hit my bloodstream, the tingle in the teeth finally began to recede, replaced by a dull, throbbing headache. I sat on a concrete bench overlooking the water. The GPS unit in my pocket was a dead weight now, its purpose fulfilled. It had led me to the center of the world, and it had brought me back. I pulled it out and looked at the cracked screen. The coordinates were still there, mocking me. 45, 5,231 degrees N. I was exactly where the map said I should be, but I felt displaced by 1,000 years. I thought about the woman. I saw her face again in my mind, that moment of transition when her curiosity turned into a burden. I felt a surge of pity so sharp it made my chest ache. She was probably screaming right now, or perhaps she had passed the screaming phase and was currently staring at the great square, realizing that her life was now a series of adjustments to the fourth decimal point. Would Miller find her? Would the old man in the Jeep pull up to the edge of the violet glow and offer her a lukewarm cup of coffee? I hoped so. I hoped there was a lineage of watchers, a secret society of the exhausted who looked after one another in the gaps between the calibrations. A cold wind blew off the river, carrying the scent of pine and wet earth. The dirt, Miller had said. Don't forget the dirt. I stood up and walked to the edge of the riverbank. I knelt down, ignoring the mud that stained my trousers, and thrust my hands into the soil. It was cold, clumpy, and full of decay. It was messy. It was the opposite of the crystalline perfection of the pillars. I squeezed a handful of it, feeling the grit under my fingernails, the tactile reality of a world that was allowed to be imperfect because someone else was keeping it stable. I stayed there for a long time, just holding the earth. Eventually, the rain began to fall in earnest, a steady downpour that washed the desert dust from my skin. I stood up and started walking again, heading toward the flickering neon lights of the city center. I needed a place to stay. I needed a name. I needed to find the fragments of the life I had left behind, the apartment that was likely rented to someone else, the bank account that might have been flagged as abandoned, the friends who had probably stopped calling months ago. I passed a bookstore. In the window, a display of globes caught my eye. They were colorful, plastic things, tilted at a jaunty 23.5 degrees. I looked at them and felt a hysterical urge to laugh. They looked so sturdy. They looked so permanent. I kept walking until I found a small, nondescript diner. The windows were fogged with steam, and the smell of frying onions drifted out into the street. I walked inside, the bell above the door ringing with a sharp, silver clarity. The waitress was a tired-looking woman in her 50s, her hair pulled back in a tight bun. She looked at me, then at my muddy hands and soaked clothes. "Rough night, honey?" she asked, sliding a laminated menu onto the counter. "You have no idea," I said, my voice finally sounding like my own. I sat down on a swivel stool. The vinyl was cracked and the chrome was pitted with age. It was beautiful. I ran my hand over the counter, feeling the texture of the formica. "Coffee," I said, "black, and whatever the biggest breakfast you have is." "Coming right up." As she turned away, I looked at the clock on the wall. It was a cheap, plastic thing with a picture of a cat whose eyes moved back and forth with the pendulum. Tick. I watched the second hand. I timed it against my own pulse. For 3 seconds, it was perfect. On the 4th second, it lagged by a fraction of a millisecond. I felt a sudden, instinctive urge to reach out. I felt my mind start to expand, searching for the pillar, searching for the lever that would corrected that tiny, infinitesimal error. My muscles tensed. The violet light flickered in the periphery of my vision. "No," I told myself, gripping the edge of the counter until my knuckles turned white. "Not your job, not your clock." I forced myself to look away. I looked at the waitress as she poured the coffee. I looked at the steam rising from the mug. I focused on the smell, the heat, the mundane reality of a Tuesday night in Portland. The waitress set the coffee down. "You okay? You're shaking a bit." "I'm fine," I said, taking a sip. The heat scalded my tongue, a sharp, welcome pain, just getting used to the time. "Tell me about it," she sighed, leaning against the back counter. Since they did that leap second thing last year, nothing else felt right. My husband says the days are getting shorter. I tell him he's just getting older. I managed a small, tight smile. Maybe he's right. Maybe everything's just moving a little faster than it used to. She laughed and moved off to attend to another customer. I sat there in the diner, a ghost returned to the flesh, and listened to the world. It was a cacophony of errors. The hum of the refrigerator was slightly out of tune. The streetlights outside flickered with an uneven frequency. Somewhere in the distance, a train whistle blew, its pitch shifting as it moved through the damp air. The world was drifting. It was always drifting. It was a miracle of collective perception that it didn't just fly apart into a billion unrelated atoms. I thought about the woman on the plateau. I wondered if she had found the amber sphere yet. I wondered if she had seen the memory of my dog, or if the universe had already processed it into a new constant. I hoped she kept the dog. I hoped she kept something of the dirt with her, even as she became the measure. I finished my coffee and looked out the window. The clouds had parted for a brief second, revealing a single, lonely star. It was faint, struggling against the light pollution of the city, but it was there. I watched it. I didn't measure its parallax. I didn't calculate its luminosity. I didn't check its alignment with the great square. I just looked at it. It was a beautiful, distant fire, and for the first time in my life, I didn't care which way it turned. I turned back to my plate as the waitress arrived with a mountain of eggs and hash browns. I picked up my fork, felt the weight of the metal in my hand, and began the slow, delicious process of being human again. Outside, the stars continued their silent, grinding work, held in place by a stranger's hands. The drift was corrected, the balance was maintained, and in a diner in Portland, an accountant who had forgotten how to count finally started to eat. The eggs were over-easy, the yolks breaking into a golden pool that soaked into the hash browns. I ate with a mechanical, desperate intensity, the flavors exploding against a palate that had tasted nothing but ozone and static for a subjective eternity. Every crunch of the toast was a victory of matter over void. I wasn't just hungry, I was hollow, a vessel that had been scoured clean by the passage of universal constants. I needed the grease, the salt, and the mundane chemistry of digestion to tether me to the floor. The diner was nearly empty. A trucker sat 3 stools down, his face buried in a newspaper, the crinkle of the paper providing a rhythmic counterpoint to the hum of the overhead fluorescence. I found myself staring at his hands, thick, calloused, stained with oil. They were the hands of someone who manipulated the world through torque and tension, not through the sheer, agonizing will of geometry. I envied him with a ferocity that made my throat tighten. He didn't have to worry about the tilt of the ecliptic. He just had to worry about his transmission. Refill. The waitress was back, the glass pot hovering over my mug. I nodded, watching the dark liquid swirl. You look like you've walked halfway across the state, honey, she said, her eyes lingering on the dust on my shoulders. Where you coming from? The question was a landmine. The Mojave, the South Pacific, the edge of a basalt plateau where time is a physical weight. Eastern Oregon, I said, the lie tasting like copper. Did some surveying out near the Steens. Got caught in a bit of a storm. Nasty country out there, she said, tusking as she wiped the counter. Beautiful, but it'll swallow you whole if you aren't careful. My cousin went out there for a rock hounding trip 10 years ago and came back talking about lights in the sky. Hasn't been the same since. Lives in a trailer in Prineville now, painting circles on hubcaps. I gripped my coffee mug, painting circles. The geometry never really leaves you, does it? It just finds smaller, sadder ways to manifest. I wondered if in 20 years I'd be the one in the trailer, obsessively drawing squares on the backs of envelopes, trying to remember the exact shade of violet that keeps the tectonic plates from grinding into sand. I think I'm done with the desert, I said. Good call, stick to the city. At least here, the only thing that'll swallow you is the rent. She laughed and moved off to the kitchen. I finished my meal and reached for my wallet. It was still there, tucked into my back pocket, the leather cracked and molded to the shape of my hip. I opened it and looked at my driver's license. The face staring back was younger, the eyes clearer. Arthur Penhaligon. The name felt like a suit of clothes that didn't quite fit anymore. I looked at the expiration date. I had been gone for exactly 7 months, 3 days, and 4 hours. In the world of the pillars, that time had been a blink and an eon simultaneously. I laid a $20 bill on the counter, far too much for the meal, but I didn't want the change. I didn't want to wait for the counting. I stood up, my legs feeling heavy and reliable, and walked back out into the rain. The Portland night was a symphony of chaos. I walked south, toward the park blocks, my mind subconsciously trying to map the city onto a grid that no longer existed. I passed an old theater where the marquee was missing several letters, creating a nonsensical jumble of vowels. Usually my brain would have raced to solve the anagram, to find the hidden order in the mess. Now, I just let the letters be letters. I let the chaos wash over me. I found a payphone near a closed coffee shop. It was a relic, a metal box scarred by graffiti and smelling of stale cigarettes. I picked up the receiver and listened to the dial tone. It was a perfect F-sharp. I winced and dialed a number I hadn't thought of in months. It rang 4 times, then a click. Hello, a woman's voice, thick with sleep. I couldn't speak. The sound of her voice, Sarah, was like a physical blow to the chest. She was the reason I had gone out into the desert in the first place. Not because of a fight, but because of a silence. I had started seeing the patterns then, the way the shadows in our apartment didn't quite align with the sun, and I had become a stranger to her long before I ever stepped onto the plateau. Hello, she repeated, a note of irritation creeping in. Who is this? Sarah, I whispered. There was a long, sharp intake of breath on the other end. The silence that followed was heavy with the weight of 7 months of police reports, hushed conversations with my parents, and the slow, agonizing process of mourning a man who wasn't dead. Arthur, her voice was a ghost. Arthur, is that you? I'm back, I said. It was the simplest, truest thing I could say. Where are you, the police? They found your truck near Burns. They said, they thought you'd walked into the desert. They thought you were gone. I said, watching a bus hiss past, its tires spraying a curtain of gray water. But I'm back now. I'm in the city, near the park. Don't move, she said, her voice cracking. Don't you dare move. I'm coming to get you. Which corner? I told her and then I hung up. I leaned my forehead against the cold glass of the phone booth. I felt a strange, detached sense of dread. I was back, yes, but I wasn't the Arthur she remembered. That Arthur had been a surveyor who liked jazz and oversalted his steak. This Arthur was a man who knew the exact frequency of the Earth's core and had seen the stars turn like the gears of a grandfather clock. I stepped out of the booth and waited on the corner. The rain turned from a drizzle to a steady pour, soaking through my jacket, but I didn't mind. The cold was honest. The wetness was real. 10 minutes later, a blue Subaru swerved to the curb. The door flew open before the car had even fully stopped. Sarah scrambled out, her coat half-buttoned, her hair a mess. She stopped 5 feet away from me, her eyes wide, searching my face for the man she knew. Arthur, she breathed. She lunged forward, throwing her arms around my neck. She smelled of lavender laundry detergent and the faint, sweet scent of the tea she always drank before bed. I held her, burying my face in her shoulder. She was warm. She was solid. She was the most beautiful measurement I had ever taken. You're freezing, she sobbed into my chest. You're shaking. What happened to you? Your hair, it's gray. Arthur, what happened? I got lost, I said, and for the first time the tears came. They weren't the tears of a surveyor or a cosmic watcher. They were the tears of a tired man who had finally found his way home. I just got lost in the math, Sarah, but I found the exit. She pulled back, her hands framing my face. She looked at the hollows of my cheeks, the haunted depth of my eyes. She saw the change, the shadow of the pillars that would never quite leave me, but she didn't turn away. "Let's get you home," she said, leading me to the car. As I climbed into the passenger seat, I looked up through the windshield. The wipers cleared the glass in a rhythmic, sweeping motion. Swish thump pause. Swish thump pause. My heart skipped a beat. The rhythm was identical to the one I had taught the woman. For a second, the car faded, and I was back on the basalt, my hands glowing violet, the world trembling beneath my palms. I saw her, the woman, her face etched with the same terror I had felt, her fingers digging into the stone as she tried to hold the Mediterranean in place. "Arthur," Sarah asked, her hand on the gear shift. "You okay?" I forced myself to breathe. I forced the image away. "Yeah," I said, my voice steady. "I'm fine, just a bit of vertigo." She drove through the city, and I watched the world go by. I saw the lights of the apartments, the glowing signs of the bars, the steady pulse of the traffic signals. It all looked so fragile. It looked like a film projected onto a screen that was being held up by a single, fraying thread. We reached our apartment building in Northwest. It was an old brick mid-rise with a creaky elevator and a lobby that smelled of floor wax. Sarah kept her hand firmly gripped in mine, as if she were afraid I might dissolve back into starlight if she let go. Inside the apartment, everything was exactly as I had left it. My drafting table was covered in a thin layer of dust. My favorite mug was sitting in the sink. A half-finished book on geodesy lay on the coffee table. It was a museum of a life that no longer belonged to me. "I didn't move anything," Sarah said, watching me. I couldn't bring myself to. I kept thinking. If I changed the order of things, you wouldn't be able to find your way back. I looked at the drafting table. I saw the blueprints I had been working on, a bridge project for the county. I looked at the lines, the angles, the neat, precise lettering. It looked like a child's drawing. It was so small. "Thank you," I said. She made me take a hot shower, and then she wrapped me in a thick robe and sat me down on the sofa with a bowl of soup. She didn't ask questions. She knew I wasn't ready. She just sat next to me, her legs tucked under her, watching me breathe. That night, as I lay in the bed we had shared for 5 years, the silence of the room was deafening. I could hear the house settling, the wood expanding and contracting, the pipes clanking in the walls. In the dark, my eyes automatically traced the lines of the ceiling, looking for the constellations. I closed my eyes, but the pillars were there, etched onto the back of my eyelids. I saw the woman. I saw her clearly now. She was sitting on the ledge where I had sat. She was looking at the amber sphere, my memory of the dog, which was now a part of her. She was crying, but her hands were steady. She was finding the rhythm. I felt a ghost of the connection, a faint, thrumming wire that stretched across the hundreds of miles between us. I wanted to tell her I was sorry. I wanted to tell her that it got easier, even though I knew that was a lie. It never got easier, you just got stronger. Your soul grew calluses until you couldn't feel the weight anymore. I reached out across the bed and found Sarah's hand. She was asleep, her breathing deep and even. Her skin was warm, a vibrant, living heat that countered the cold, mathematical chill in my bones. I held onto her like a drowning man, using her presence as a compass to keep myself from drifting back into the violet light. The next morning, the sun broke through the clouds, a pale, watery yellow that spilled across the bedroom floor. I got out of bed and walked to the window. Down in the street, a trash truck was making its rounds, the heavy mechanical clatter echoing between the buildings. I looked at the shadows. They were long and sharp. I checked the angle against the time on the bedside clock. 8:42 a.m., October 14th. The shadows were off by 3/100ths of a degree. I felt the familiar tingle in my teeth. The air seemed to thin, the walls of the bedroom becoming translucent. I could see the skeletal structure of the building, the copper wires, the plumbing, and beyond that, the deep, dark layers of the earth. I could feel the crust shifting, a minute adjustment in the Cascadia subduction zone, a tiny shudder that no seismograph would pick up, but that felt like a thunderclap to me. Push, a voice whispered in the back of my mind. You have to push. I gripped the windowsill, my knuckles cracking. My vision began to swim with geometric shapes. The violet light began to bleed from my fingertips. Larther. Sarah was standing in the doorway, a confused smile on her face. She was holding 2 mugs of coffee. The light vanished. The walls became solid again. The shadows were just shadows. Coffee's ready, she said. I thought we could go for a walk in the park. It's a nice day. I took a deep breath, the air filling my lungs with the scent of damp pavement and roasting beans. I looked at the shadows again. They were still off. The world was still drifting. But it wasn't my drift. A walk sounds perfect, I said. I walked toward her, leaving the window and the shadows behind. I took the mug from her hand, the ceramic warm against my palm. As we walked out of the apartment, I felt a faint vibration in the floorboards. Thump, thump, pause. Thump, thump, pause. Far away on a plateau I would never see again, the new guy had found the beat. She was holding the world together. She was making sure the sun rose at 8:42 and that the shadows fell where they were supposed to, more or less. She was doing the work, and I was going for a walk. I stepped out into the bright, imperfect morning, a man who had been a god and found he preferred the dirt. The stars were turning, hidden behind the blue of the sky, and for the first time in my life, I was content to let them turn without me. The survey was over. The measurement was complete. I was home. The walk through the park was an exercise in sensory overload. Sarah led the way, her hand tucked firmly into the crook of my elbow, her pace brisk as if she were trying to outrun the silence of the last 7 months. I followed, but my feet felt strange on the pavement. I was used to the absolute, unyielding density of the basalt, a surface that didn't just support weight but seemed to demand it. Here, the asphalt felt porous, the grass springy and uncertain. Every step felt like I was walking on the surface of a drum. Look at the maples, Sarah said, pointing toward a row of trees that had turned a violent, bruised crimson. They peaked late this year. I thought the frost would take them before they had a chance to turn, but they held on. I looked at the trees. I didn't see the color first. I saw the fractals. I saw the way the veins in the leaves mimicked the delta of a river, which in turn mimicked the neural pathways of a human brain. I saw the golden ratio hidden in the curl of the drying edges. For a terrifying second, the park began to deconstruct. The trees became wireframes of mathematical probability. The people jogging past became heat signatures and skeletal vectors. The sky wasn't blue. It was a thin membrane of nitrogen and oxygen being bombarded by solar radiation. I stumbled, my breath hitching in my throat. Arthur, you okay? Sarah stopped, her face creasing with worry. Too much, I managed to say, closing my eyes. It's just, everything is so loud. The noise, it's just the city, honey. It's Saturday. No, I whispered, not the sound. The details. There's too much information. She led me to a wooden bench and sat me down. She didn't push. She just sat there, her shoulder pressed against mine, a grounding wire for the static screaming in my head. I focused on the sensation of her wool coat against my arm. I focused on the smell of the damp earth and the distant, oily scent of a food cart. Slowly, the wireframes faded. The trees became trees again. The world retreated into its skin. When I was out there, I said, my voice sounding thin even to my own ears, I forgot how to stop looking. I was a surveyor, Sarah. That was my job, to measure the world so people could build things on it. But out there, the world stopped being something you build on. It became something you have to hold together. She looked at me, her eyes searching mine. I could see the questions she was biting back. She wanted to ask about the gray in my hair, about the scars on my palms that looked like burns but felt like glass. She wanted to ask where I had been and why I hadn't called, but she saw the way I was gripping the edge of the bench, my knuckles white, and she chose mercy. You don't have to hold anything together today, she said softly. The world is doing just fine on its own. I wanted to tell her she was wrong. I wanted to tell her about the woman on the plateau, the one who was at that very moment straining against the centrifugal force of the planet. I wanted to tell her that the only reason the bench we were sitting on didn't fly off into the vacuum of space was because a stranger was bleeding violet light into a stone pillar in the middle of a desert. But I looked at Sarah, really looked at her, and I realized she already knew, in the way all humans know. We all live on the edge of an abyss. We all pretend the floor is solid and the ceiling is permanent. It's the great human lie, the collective hallucination that allows us to eat breakfast and fall in love and plant maple trees. To tell her the truth would be a cruelty. It would be stripping away the insulation that made her life possible. You're right, I lied. It's doing fine. We sat there for a long time, watching the dogs chase tennis balls and the children climb on the bronze statues. I felt a strange, hollow ache in my chest. It was the loss of the power. On the plateau, I had been the center of the universe. I had been the arbiter of reality. Here, I was just a man on a bench with a bad haircut and a missing 7 months. I was insignificant. It was the most wonderful feeling I had ever known. As the sun began to dip toward the west, casting long, distorted shadows across the grass, I felt the familiar pull. The evening transition was always the hardest. It was when the atmosphere cooled and the pressure shifted, requiring a delicate touch to keep the tectonic plates from yawning. My fingers twitched. My eyes drifted toward the horizon, calculating the exact second the sun would touch the ridge of the West Hills. 5, 4, 3. I cut the count. I forced myself to look at a pigeon pecking at a discarded crust of bread. I wouldn't be the observer anymore. I wouldn't be the one who validated the sunset. Let's go get dinner, I said, standing up abruptly. Somewhere crowded, somewhere with music. Are you sure? You said it was too loud. I need the noise, I told her. I need to be drowned out. We went to a small Italian place we used to frequent. It was packed, the air thick with the smell of garlic and red wine, and the frantic energy of people trying to enjoy their Saturday night. We sat at a tiny table in the corner, the candlelight flickering in the draft from the door. I ordered a glass of whiskey and drank it fast. The burn was sharp and honest. It numbed the edges of my perception, blurring the sharp lines of the architecture and softening the glare of the overhead lights. Sarah watched me over the rim of her wine glass. They closed your file 2 weeks ago, she said quietly. The police. They said without any new leads there was nothing left to do. Your mom, she took it hard. She started cleaning out your office. I told her to stop. I told her you were just on a long job. I'm sorry, I said. I couldn't get word back. There was no way to reach out. I know, she said, though she couldn't possibly know. I felt you, Arthur. Sometimes at night I'd wake up and the room would feel different, like the air was charged with electricity. I'd look at the clock and it would be 3 in the morning, and for a second I'd swear the walls were breathing. I knew you were somewhere. I just didn't know if you were still in this world. I reached across the table and took her hand. I was on the edge of it, but I kept thinking about the way you make tea, the way you always leave the bag in too long until it's bitter, and then you put too much honey in to fix it. She laughed, a small, watery sound. That's what brought you back, bitter tea. It was a constant, I said. In a place where nothing was fixed, I needed something that was. Your tea. The way the floorboards in the hall creak in the shape of a C-sharp. The smell of your shampoo. Those were my coordinates. The food arrived, heavy, steaming plates of pasta that seemed far too substantial for a body that had spent months existing on the thin gruel of cosmic resonance. I ate, and for the first time, I didn't feel like a machine being fueled. I felt like a man being comforted. After dinner, we walked back to the apartment. The city was in full swing now, the neon signs of the bars bleeding into the wet pavement. I found myself looking at the people we passed, the young couples, the homeless men huddled in doorways, the frantic delivery drivers. I saw them all as tiny, flickering candles, each one a localized distortion in the field of reality. They were all holding their own small pieces of the world together, unaware that they were part of a much larger architecture. When we got back to the apartment, Sarah went to the kitchen to make that bitter tea. I stood in the living room, looking at my drafting table. I ran my fingers over the T-square, the cold metal feeling alien against my skin. I picked up a pencil and held it over a blank sheet of paper. My hand began to move. I didn't think, I didn't plan. The pencil traced a series of complex, interlocking curves. It wasn't a bridge, it wasn't a map. It was a representation of the flow of time around a gravitational well. It was beautiful and terrifying, a glimpse into the machinery I had just escaped. I stared at the drawing for a long time. Then I crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it into the trash can. Arthur, Sarah called from the kitchen, honey or sugar. Both, I shouted back. I walked over to the window and looked up. The clouds had returned, a thick gray blanket that obscured the stars. I was glad. I didn't want to see them. I didn't want to know if they were slightly out of alignment. I didn't want to see the faint, violet pulse that I knew was radiating from the high desert, 300 miles to the east. I sat on the sofa and waited for my tea. I felt the weight of my own body, the pull of gravity that was no longer my responsibility to manage. It was a heavy, wonderful burden. A few minutes later, Sarah came in with the mugs. She sat down next to me and handed me the tea. It was hot, sweet, and incredibly bitter. I took a sip and felt the warmth spread through my chest. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, leaning her head on my shoulder. I thought about the woman on the plateau. I thought about the amber sphere and the memory of my dog. I wondered if he was happy there in that strange, eternal twilight. I wondered if he was keeping her company, a golden ghost in a violet world. "I was thinking about the dog," I said. "The one we were going to get before you left." "Yeah," I said, "let's go to the shelter tomorrow. I think it's time." She squeezed my hand. "I'd like that. A big one or a small one?" "A golden one," I said. "Something that looks like it belongs in the sun." As we sat there in the quiet apartment, the only sound the ticking of the clock on the wall, I felt a sudden, sharp pang of vertigo. The floor seemed to tilt, just for a fraction of a second. The tea in my mug shifted, the surface tension rippling. I held my breath. I waited for the violet light. I waited for the voice of the pillars to command me to stand, to reach out, to fix the error. But the light didn't come. The floor leveled out. The tea became still. Far away, she had caught the drift. She had felt the tilt, and she had corrected it. She was learning. She was becoming the measure. I let out my breath and took another sip of the tea. I closed my eyes and let the darkness of the room wrap around me. The stars were turning, grinding away in the deep silence of space, held in place by a stranger's sacrifice. The balance was maintained. The drift was accounted for. And in a small apartment in Portland, a man who had seen the end of the world finally put down his mug, curled up next to the woman he loved, and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, the world was still there. It was a cold, crisp Sunday. The air was sharp with the smell of wood smoke and turning leaves. We spent the morning at the animal shelter, walking past rows of barking, hopeful faces. I felt a strange connection to all of them, these creatures that lived entirely in the present, unburdened by the past or the future, existing only in the immediate reality of a wagging tail or a cold nose. We found him in the last kennel. He was a golden retriever mix, a bit older, with white fur around his muzzle and eyes that seemed to have seen too much. He wasn't barking. He was just sitting there, watching us with a quiet, dignified patience. "He's beautiful," Sarah whispered. I knelt down in front of the gate. The dog stepped forward and pressed his head against the chain-link fence. I reached through and scratched his ears. His fur was coarse and warm. "What's his name?" I asked the volunteer. "The tag says Cooper," she said. "He was found wandering out near the gorge. No collar, no chip, just walking along the highway like he was looking for someone." I looked into Cooper's eyes. For a second, I saw a flash of amber. I saw a wide, basalt plateau and a sky filled with violet stars. I saw a woman standing by a pillar, her hand resting on a glowing sphere. The dog licked my hand, the wet, warm sensation snapping me back to the present. "We'll take him," I said. We walked out of the shelter with Cooper on a frayed nylon leash. He walked with a slight limp, his pace slow and deliberate, matching mine perfectly. As we reached the car, I looked up at the sky. The sun was high and bright, a solid, dependable anchor in the blue. I felt a faint, distant thrum in the soles of my feet, a greeting perhaps or a goodbye. The woman was there. She was watching. She saw the dog. She saw the man. She saw the world she was protecting. I climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. The car vibrated with a familiar mechanical rhythm. I put it in gear and pulled out into the street. "Where to?" Sarah asked, her hand on Cooper's head. "Home," I said. "Let's just go home." I drove through the city, navigating the turns and the stops, the hills and the bridges. I didn't need a map. I didn't need a survey. I just followed the road, 1 mile at a time, moving through a world that was imperfect, drifting, and utterly beautiful. Behind us, the stars continued their silent work, but for the first time, I wasn't watching them. I was watching the road. I was watching the dog. I was watching the woman beside me. The stars would turn, the pillars would stand, and I would live. It was a fair trade. The first week with Cooper was a lesson in the physical. He required things that the plateau never did: the rhythmic clatter of a kibble bowl, the abrasive texture of a tongue against my palm, the earthy, undeniable scent of wet fur after a rainy walk. He was a creature of mass and gravity, a 60-pound anchor that tethered me to the hardwood floors of our apartment. Whenever the world began to thin, whenever the peripheral vision of my mind started to catch the violet bleed of the other side. I would reach down and bury my fingers in the thick ruff of his neck. He was solid. He was here. He was the counterweight to my lingering divinity. Sarah watched me with a cautious, burgeoning hope. She didn't ask about the dreams I had, the ones where I woke up clutching the bedsheets because I felt the Earth's rotation stutter by a fraction of a millisecond. She didn't ask why I spent hours staring at the kitchen faucet, watching the way the water spiraled down the drain, tracing the Coriolis effect with a physicist's grim intensity. Instead, she bought me a new set of pens, heavy, professional ones with a balanced center of gravity, and left them on my drafting table without a word. "You should go back to the firm," she said one Tuesday morning, leaning against the doorframe with her coat on, ready for work. Not to work, just to see them. "Miller keeps calling. He says your pension contributions are a mess, but I think he just wants to know if you really saw a ghost." "I didn't see a ghost," I said, watching Cooper sleep in a patch of pale autumn sunlight. "I saw the machinery." "Tell him that," she smiled, though the corners of her eyes remained tight. "He's a structural engineer. He'll appreciate the terminology." I went. The office of Miller and Associates was located on the 12th floor of a glass and steel needle in the center of the city. Stepping into the elevator was a trial. As the car rose, I felt the shift in potential energy. I felt the cables straining, the counterweights sliding in their oiled grooves, the subtle sway of the building as it buffeted against the wind. To everyone else in the car, it was just a ride. To me, it was a precarious calculation of tension and torque that felt as fragile as a spider web. When the doors opened, the smell hit me: ozone, stale coffee, and the sharp, chemical tang of large format printers. It was the smell of my old life. "Larthur." It was Miller. He looked older, his scalp shining more prominently under the fluorescent lights, his tie perpetually crooked. He stared at me as if I were a blueprint that had suddenly stood up and walked off the table. "You look tan," he said, which was the most Miller-esque way of saying I looked like I'd been through a war. "And thin. Where the hell have you been, Artie? The Forest Service said your truck was found at the trailhead, but no tracks, no gear, nothing. We thought a cougar got you." "I got lost," I said. It was the simplest truth. The terrain was more complex than the maps suggested. He led me into his glass-walled office. On his desk was a topographical map of the Cascades, marked with red circles where new cell towers were slated for construction. I looked at the contours, the concentric lines of elevation. They looked flat. They looked like lies. They didn't show the way the stone breathed or the way the ley lines hummed beneath the soil. "We need you back," Miller said, dropping into his chair. "The kids we're hiring now. They don't have the feel for the dirt. They trust the GPS too much. Last week, a kid from Stanford gave me a survey for a bridge abutment that was 3 feet off because he didn't account for the local magnetic deviation. 3 feet, Artie. The whole thing would have buckled in 5 years." I looked out the window. From this height, the city was a sprawling grid of order imposed upon chaos. I could see the bridges spanning the river like stitches holding a wound closed. I could see the cars pulsing through the arteries of the streets. "I can't do it, Bill," I said softly. "Why?" "Because of the trauma. Take another month. Take 2. We'll keep your seat warm." "It's not the trauma," I said, turning back to him. I realized then that I couldn't explain it. I couldn't tell him that I no longer trusted the tools. I couldn't tell him that I had spent months measuring the universe with my own heartbeat and that a laser theodolite now felt like a toy. I've lost my sense of scale. Everything here feels too small, or maybe it's too big. I can't tell the difference anymore. Miller sighed a long, whistling sound through his nose. You've got the surveyor's vertigo. I've seen it before. You spend too much time in the high country, looking at things that haven't changed in 10 million years, and then you come back here where we're worried about 3 feet of concrete. It makes you feel like nothing matters. No, I corrected him. It makes me feel like everything matters too much. Every pebble, every shadow. If I come back to work, I won't be able to just draw a line. I'll be thinking about the weight of the ink on the paper and how it affects the balance of the desk. Miller stared at me for a long time. He wasn't a man given to mysticism, but he had spent 40 years building things on a planet that occasionally tried to shake them down. He saw something in my eyes, the lingering violet tint, the way I didn't blink, and he nodded slowly. Go home, Artie, he said, his voice uncharacteristically soft. Go find something that doesn't need to be measured. I left the office and didn't take the elevator. I took the stairs, all 12 flights, needing to feel the impact of my boots on the concrete, needing to count the steps to prove to myself that the distance was finite. When I reached the street, the air felt different. The barometric pressure was dropping. A storm was coming in from the coast. I could feel the front moving like a physical wall, a cold, heavy mass of air pushing against the city. I started to walk, but I didn't go toward the apartment. I found myself walking toward the river. I stood on the esplanade, watching the dark, churning water of the Willamette. The river was high, swollen with early winter rains. It moved with a terrifying, silent power, carving away at the banks, carrying the debris of the mountains toward the sea. I closed my eyes and reached out. I shouldn't have done it. I had promised myself I was done, but the habit was too deep, the instinct too sharp. I let my consciousness drift downward, past the asphalt, past the fill dirt and the sewer lines and the subway tunnels, down into the bedrock. I felt the basalt, the same basalt that made up the plateau. I felt the ancient, cooling heart of the earth. And then I felt her. She was there, a flickering spark of consciousness deep within the stone. She was struggling. The incoming storm wasn't just weather, it was a shift in the local equilibrium. The atmospheric weight was changing, and she was trying to compensate. I felt her tension, the way she was gripping the pillars of reality, her knuckles, metaphorically speaking, cracking under the strain. She was overcorrecting. She was pushing back too hard. If she didn't relax, she would create a localized spike in gravity that would shatter the very foundations of the city she was trying to protect. Easy, I whispered into the stone. Let it flow. Don't fight the weight, become the weight. For a second, the connection was absolute. I wasn't a man on a riverbank. I was a ghost in the machine. I felt her surprise, a ripple of violet light that surged through the bedrock. She recognized me. She was a drowning swimmer, and I was the shore. You're holding it too tight, I told her, my thoughts echoing through the crystalline structure of the earth. The world isn't a statue. It's a dance. You have to let the shadows move. You have to let the wind blow. If you try to stop the drift, you'll break the wheel. I felt her fear, a cold, sharp spike. She was young, younger than I had been when I started. She had been chosen because she was strong, but strength without suppleness is brittle. Look at the river, I projected. It moves, but it stays the same. The water changes, but the path remains. Trust the path. Slowly, I felt the tension bleed away. The spike in the local field subsided. The bedrock settled, the tectonic plates whispering back into their habitual grooves. The violet light dimmed from a scream to a hum. She let go, not of the world, but of the fear of it. I pulled my consciousness back, reeling it in like a fraying fishing line. When I opened my eyes, I was gasping for air, my chest heaving. My nose was bleeding, a bright, hot crimson trail that dripped onto my shoes. I wiped my face with my sleeve, my hands shaking. I looked at the river. The water was still churning, the storm was still coming, but the world felt right. The shadows of the bridge piers fell where they were supposed to. The birds didn't fall from the sky. I turned away from the river and began to walk home. I felt hollowed out, a bell that had been struck too hard. I had broken my vow. I had interfered. But as I walked, I realized that maybe that was my new job. I wasn't the surveyor anymore. I wasn't the god. I was the retired one, the mentor, the one who knew that the most important part of holding the world together was knowing when to let it tilt. When I got back to the apartment, Sarah was already there. She had the TV on. The local news was reporting on the unusually sharp weather front moving in, and she was chopping vegetables for a stew. Cooper was at her feet, his tail thumping rhythmically against the cabinet. She looked up as I came in, her eyes immediately going to my face. "You're pale," she said, setting the knife down, "and you've got blood on your shirt." I tripped, I said, and for the first time, the lie felt like a mercy I was allowed to have. I was watching the river, and I didn't see the curb. She came over to me, her hands smelling of onions and celery. She took my face in her hands and looked into my eyes. I braced myself, wondering if she would see the lingering violet, the echoes of the deep stone. "You're here," she said, her voice a soft, certain anchor. "I'm here, I promised." That night the storm broke. The wind howled against the glass, and the rain lashed the building in savage, rhythmic bursts. In the darkness of the bedroom, I lay awake, listening to the world. I felt the building groan. I felt the city huddle under the weight of the sky. Beside me, Sarah slept, her breathing slow and even. At the foot of the bed, Cooper let out a soft, muffled woof in his sleep, his paws twitching as he chased something in a dream. I reached out my hand, not with my mind, but with my fingers. I touched the wall. I felt the cold plaster, the wood lath behind it, the wiring, the insulation. I felt the mundane, beautiful reality of a house in a storm. Far away on a plateau that didn't exist on any map, a woman was sitting in the dark. She was listening to the same storm, but from the other side. She was watching the stars turn, her hands steady on the wheel. She was lonely, and she was tired, and she was the most important person in the universe. I closed my eyes and sent a single, quiet thought out into the night. Not a command, not a measurement, just a greeting. "It's 8:42, I thought. The sun will rise soon, and the shadows will be exactly where they need to be." I felt a faint, warm vibration in the mattress, a thump-thump pause. Well, she had heard me. I rolled over, pulled the blanket up to my chin, and for the first time since I had stepped onto the basalt, I wasn't afraid of the drift. The stars were turning, yes. The world was sliding toward an uncertain future, but for tonight, the measurements were close enough. I fell asleep to the sound of the rain, a man who had finally learned that the only way to truly see the world is to stop trying to hold it still. Wednesday brought a different kind of clarity. It was the kind of morning where the Pacific Northwest fog doesn't so much lift as it does dissolve into a luminous, pearlescent gray. I woke up before the alarm, my body instinctively attuned to the exact moment the sun crossed the horizon, even though I couldn't see it through the heavy overcast. I didn't reach for the ley lines. I didn't check the tilt of the apartment. Instead, I got out of bed, navigated the obstacle course of Sarah's discarded shoes, and went to the kitchen to make coffee. Cooper followed me, his claws clicking on the linoleum like a rhythmic metronome. He sat by the back door, his head cocked, listening to something I couldn't hear, or perhaps something I was finally learning to ignore. As the water began to hiss in the kettle, I looked at my hands. They were steady, the faint violet staining under my fingernails, a souvenir from the silicate dust of the plateau, had finally faded. I looked like a normal man. I looked like someone who worried about property taxes and whether the car needed an oil change. Sarah appeared in the doorway, wrapped in a thick wool robe, her hair a chaotic halo of sleep. She leaned against the counter and watched me measure out the coffee grounds with a precision that was probably unnecessary but deeply ingrained. "You're thinking again," she said. It wasn't an accusation, it was an observation. "I'm thinking about the grocery list," I lied, though it was only a half lie. I was thinking about the structural integrity of a head of lettuce, the way the cells held water, the way it grew toward a sun it could only sense through the soil. "We need milk," she said, stepping into my space and resting her head against my shoulder. She smelled like lavender and sleep, and Cooper needs those dental chews, the ones that smell like mint and despair. I chuckled, the sound feeling strange and gravelly in my chest. Mint and despair, got it. "Are you okay, Arthur?" Rayleigh's. I looked down at her. I could see the tiny pulse in her neck, the fragile, beautiful engine of her heart. I could see the way her pupils dilated in the low light. She was a miracle of biological engineering, a collection of star stuff held together by nothing more than chemical bonds and sheer will. "I'm better than okay," I said, and I realized I meant it. "I think I'm finally landing." "Good," she whispered, "because I missed the pilot." That afternoon, I took Cooper to the park near the river. It was a wide, grassy expanse littered with sodden maple, leaves the color of rusted iron. Other people were there, mothers pushing strollers, joggers with glowing neon armbands, a group of teenagers trying to slackline between two Douglas firs. I sat on a bench and let Cooper off his leash. He didn't run. He just wandered in a slow, dignified circle, sniffing at the roots of trees, marking his territory in a world that didn't know it was being guarded. I pulled a small notebook from my pocket. It wasn't a surveyor's log. It was just a sketchbook Sarah had given me. I picked up a pen, the heavy one with the perfect center of gravity, and began to draw. I didn't draw maps. I didn't draw coordinates. I drew the way the light hit the surface of the river. I drew the chaotic, fractal patterns of the bare branches against the gray sky. I drew the way the slackline dipped under the weight of a boy who was laughing, his center of gravity shifting wildly as he tried to find his balance. I was learning to see the beauty in the wobble. For years, I had been obsessed with the static. I had wanted the world to be a series of fixed points, a rigid framework that could be calculated and controlled. But the plateau had taught me that the universe was a liquid. It flowed. It drifted. The stars didn't just sit there, they turned. The pillars didn't just stand, they breathed. A ball rolled toward my feet. A young girl, maybe 6 or 7, ran up to retrieve it. She stopped a few feet away, eyeing Cooper with a mix of curiosity and caution. "Is he a good dog?" she asked, her voice high and clear. "The best," I said. "Does he bite?" "Only his dinner." She giggled and reached out a hand. Cooper stepped forward, his tail giving a single, slow wag. He sniffed her fingers, then gave her hand a gentle, wet lick. The girl beamed, a radiant expression of pure, uncomplicated joy. In that moment, I felt a familiar shiver at the base of my skull. The air grew heavy. The colors of the park deepened, the greens becoming electric, the grays turning to a bruised purple. The sound of the traffic on the bridge faded, replaced by a low, rhythmic thrumming that vibrated in my teeth. Not now, I thought, gripping the bench. Not here. I didn't close my eyes. I forced myself to keep looking at the girl. I watched the way her hair caught the light. I watched the way she moved, her muscles and tendons working in perfect, unconscious harmony. The violet bleed began to seep in from the edges of my vision. I saw the girl not as a child, but as a flicker of energy. I saw the park as a grid of gravitational potential. I saw the river as a vein of dark, heavy mass pulling at the crust of the earth. I felt the woman on the plateau. She was reaching out again, her presence a cold, sharp needle in my mind. She was overwhelmed. The storm from the night before had left a residue of instability in the local field, a pocket of low-density reality that was causing the ley lines to fray. She didn't know how to stitch them back together without pulling the whole fabric too tight. Arthur, the thought wasn't a word, but a vibration, a plea. I looked at the girl. She was still smiling, oblivious to the fact that the ground beneath her feet was, for a fraction of a second, losing its grip on the three-dimensional plane. I leaned back against the bench and let my hand drop to Cooper's head. His fur was cold from the mist, but beneath it, I could feel the heat of his body. I used him as a grounding wire. I channeled the here and the now through my palm and into the earth. Don't stitch it, I told the woman, my mind reaching across the impossible distance. Don't try to fix the hole. Just let the edges blur. If you pull the thread, the whole garment will unravel. Let the instability dissipate. It's just a ripple. Let it wash past. I felt her resistance, her instinctual need for order. She had been trained to be a warden, a keeper of the status quo. To her, a ripple was a failure. It's not a failure, I projected, visualizing the way the river moved around the bridge piers. It's an adjustment. The world is breathing. Let it exhale. I felt her take a metaphorical breath. The tension in the air snapped. The violet light receded, pulling back like a tide. The colors of the park returned to their muted autumn palette. The sound of the traffic rushed back in, a comforting, mechanical roar. The girl picked up her ball and ran back to her mother. She hadn't felt a thing. To her, the world had stayed perfectly still. I sat there for a long time, my heart hammering against my ribs. My hand was still buried in Cooper's fur, and I realized I was gripping him too hard. I let go, and he looked up at me, his amber eyes knowing and infinitely patient. "Sorry, Coop," I whispered. He sneezed, a sudden, violent sound that broke the last of the tension, and went back to sniffing a particularly interesting patch of moss. I realized then that I could never truly leave the plateau. I was part of the system now, a remote sensor, a redundant circuit. I was the ghost in the machine that reminded the machine that it was okay to be a little bit broken. I stood up, my knees creaking, and whistled for Cooper. It was time to go home. On the walk back, I stopped at the grocery store. I bought the milk. I bought the dental chews that smelled like mint and despair. I bought a bunch of carnations because they were bright and cheap and would only last a week. As I stood in the checkout line, I watched the cashier. She was a woman in her 50s with tired eyes and a name tag that said Brenda. She was scanning items with a practiced, rhythmic motion. Beep, beep, beep. "Have a good one," she said, sliding my bag across the counter. "You too, Brenda," I said. I looked at her, and for a second, I didn't see the cosmic energy, or the gravitational footprint. I just saw a woman who was probably looking forward to sitting down and taking her shoes off. I saw the humanity of her, the small, quiet dignity of a life lived one shift at a time. It was more beautiful than any star. When I got back to the apartment, Sarah was in the living room, surrounded by stacks of old blueprints. She had cleared off my drafting table and was carefully unrolling a large, yellowed sheet. "What's this?" I asked, setting the groceries on the counter. "I went to the storage unit," she said, not looking up. "I found your old designs for the Burnside renovation, the ones the city rejected because they said the aesthetics were too radical." I walked over and looked at the drawing. It was a bridge, or rather, it was a poem written in steel and light. I had designed it 10 years ago, before the vertigo started, before I had been recruited for the survey. It was a structure that didn't fight the river, it danced with it. It used the natural flow of the water to generate its own power, and the arches were designed to mimic the curves of the surrounding hills. "It was a good design," I said, tracing the line of a suspension cable with my finger. "It was a brilliant design," Sarah corrected, and Miller called again. "He didn't ask you to come back to the firm. He asked if you'd be interested in consulting on the new waterfront project, just as an advisor. No field work, no GPS, just looking at the shapes." I looked at the drawing, then out the window at the city. The lights were beginning to flicker on, a constellation of artificial stars reflected in the dark water of the river. "I don't know if I can just look at shapes anymore, Sarah," I said. "I see the weight now. I see the cost." "Maybe that's why they need you," she said, standing up and coming toward me. "Everyone else is just looking at the math. They need someone who knows what the math is actually holding up." She put her arms around my waist, and I rested my chin on the top of her head. "I'll think about it," I said. "That's all I ask." We ate stew in the kitchen, the steam rising in fragrant clouds. We talked about small things, the price of gas, the neighbor's noisy cat, the way the light changed in the bedroom during the afternoon. We didn't talk about the stars. We didn't talk about the woman on the plateau. But as I washed the dishes, I felt a faint, rhythmic pulsing in the floorboards. It was the city's heartbeat, the subway, the pumps, the millions of feet, the collective weight of a million lives, and beneath it all, the deep, steady hum of the earth. I realized that I wasn't just a man in an apartment anymore. I was a bridge. I was the connection between the infinite and the infinitesimal. I was the one who could stand in both worlds and not be torn apart. Later that night, after Sarah had gone to sleep, I sat at the drafting table. I took a clean sheet of vellum and taped it down. I picked up my pen. I didn't draw a bridge. I didn't draw a map. I drew a circle. Inside the circle, I began to map out the apartment, not the measurements, but the feeling of it, the warmth of the radiator, the scent of Sarah's perfume, the weight of Cooper sleeping on the rug, the way the shadows fell across the bed. I was creating a new kind of survey, a survey of the heart. I worked for hours, the pen moving across the paper with a fluid, effortless grace. I wasn't fighting the drift, I was recording it. I was documenting the way a life moves through time, the way we create our own gravity through love and memory, and the simple act of staying. When I was finished, I looked at the drawing. It was a mess of swirling lines and overlapping shapes, a chaotic, beautiful map of a moment that would never happen again. It was imperfect. It was drifting. It was exactly right. I turned off the light and went to the window. The storm had passed, leaving the air clear and cold. I looked up at the sky. The stars were there, millions of them, burning with a cold, distant fire. They were turning as they always had, as they always would. They were the engine of the universe, the great, silent machinery that kept the darkness at bay. I looked at them and I didn't feel small. I didn't feel insignificant. I felt like a partner. I looked toward the east, toward the mountains, toward the place where the world folded in on itself. I couldn't see the plateau, but I knew it was there. I knew she was there. Good night, I thought. A faint violet flash mirrored in the glass of the window. A greeting, a heartbeat, a shared secret between the one who stayed and the one who left. I went to bed, crawled in beside the woman I loved, and closed my eyes. I didn't dream of pillars. I didn't dream of violet stars. I dreamed of the road. I dreamed of the river. I dreamed of the long, slow turn of the seasons. I dreamed of a world that was constantly falling and the millions of hands that reached out every single day to catch it. The stars would turn, the pillars would stand. And for now, that was more than enough. The transition into Thursday was marked by a peculiar, heavy silence that always follows a breakthrough. It was the silence of a fever breaking. I stood in the shower for 20 minutes, letting the needles of hot water drum against the back of my neck, right where the phantom vibrations usually nested. For the first time in months, there was no hum, no sense of the tiles being slightly out of true, no awareness of the tectonic plates grinding 20 miles beneath my feet. I was just a man in a shower, getting clean. When I stepped out, the bathroom mirror was entirely opaque with steam. Usually, I would have wiped a small, precise circle in the center to check my reflection for any signs of the bleed, that telltale violet shimmer in the irises. Today, I used my whole palm to clear the glass. I didn't look at my eyes. I looked at the graying hair at my temples and the squint lines at the corners of my lids. I looked like a person who had survived something, rather than someone who was currently being consumed by it. Arthur, you're going to use up all the hot water for the rest of the building, Sarah called from the bedroom. Her voice had a lilt to it that hadn't been there on Monday. She was sensing the change in the weather, the way a bird senses a shift in barometric pressure. Coming, I said. I pulled on a heavy flannel shirt and jeans. I felt solid. I felt weighted. I spent the morning in the living room, not at the drafting table, but on the floor with Cooper. I had a brush, and I was working through the thick ruff of fur around his neck. He leaned into me, his entire weight pressing against my thigh, a warm, living anchor. Each stroke of the brush was a conscious act of presence. I wasn't calculating the trajectory of the planet. I was removing loose fur from a golden retriever. The scale of my world had shrunk, and in that shrinkage, it had gained a terrifying, beautiful density. Around noon, the phone rang. It was the landline, a relic we kept mostly out of habit. I knew before I picked it up that it wasn't Miller or the firm. "Hello," I said. There was a long pause. No static, but a kind of hollow resonance, like someone speaking into a deep well. "The drift is holding at 0.04, a voice said. It was a woman's voice, but it wasn't the one from the plateau. This one was older, sharper, filtered through layers of encryption and distance. The intervention yesterday was unorthodox, Arthur. I sat down on the edge of the sofa, my hand tightening on the receiver. It worked. It created a harmonic resonance that we're still dampening on this end. You shouldn't have reached out to her directly. The interface isn't designed for two-way emotional transfer. It's for data. She isn't data, I said, my voice dropping an octave. She's a person, and she was scared. If I hadn't told her to let it go, she would have snapped the line. You know that. Another long silence. I could hear the faint clicking of a Geiger counter in the background of the call. We're sending a courier. There's a new set of optics. We need you to calibrate them from the sea level baseline. It's a passive task, no projection required. No, I said. The word felt like a stone. Larther. I'm done with the optics. I'm done with the baselines. I'll keep the channel open for emergencies because I don't want the world to slide into the ocean while I'm eating breakfast. But I'm not a surveyor anymore. I'm a consultant. You can't just resign from the fundamental constants of physics, the voice said, though there was a hint of weary amusement in it. Watch me, I said, and I hung up. I stayed there for a moment, my heart racing. I expected the room to tilt. I expected the sky to turn purple in protest. But the sun just kept shining through the hazy clouds, and the refrigerator continued its dull, domestic hum. The universe, it seemed, was perfectly capable of ignoring my defiance. I went back to the kitchen. Sarah was there, making sandwiches. She looked at me, her eyebrows raised. Who was that? Telemarketers, I said, selling insurance for things that haven't happened yet. Did you buy any? No, I think we have enough coverage. I sat at the small table, and we ate in a silence that felt earned. I watched her hands as she tore a piece of crust off her bread. I noticed a small scar on her thumb from a gardening accident 3 years ago. I noticed the way her wedding ring caught the light from the overhead fixture. These were the measurements that mattered. The distance between us across the table was more significant than the light years between the pillars. After lunch, I felt a restlessness that wasn't born of the drift, but of a sudden, surging need to be useful in a way that left a mark. I went to the closet and pulled out my old toolkit, the one from the years before the survey, filled with hammers and levels and chisels that didn't require power or a satellite link. What are you doing? Sarah asked, leaning against the doorframe. The back porch, I said. The third step has been creaking since the Obama administration, and the railing is loose. She smiled, a slow, radiant thing. You hate carpentry. You say it's too imprecise. Wood breathes too much, if I recall the quote correctly. Wood does breathe, I said, hefting the toolbox. That's the point. I think I'm ready to work with something that moves. I spent the next 4 hours on the back porch. It was cold, the air smelling of damp earth and wood rot, but the physical exertion felt like a prayer. I pried up the rotted boards, exposing the dark, wet soil beneath the house. I saw the worms tunneling through the dirt, the tiny, blind architects of the underworld. I saw the way the foundation of the house sat on the earth, not as a fixed object, but as a heavy thing slowly sinking into the world. I measured the new planks. I didn't use a laser. I used a tape measure and a pencil. I cut the wood with a hand saw, the rhythmic shuck, shuck, shuck echoing in the narrow alleyway. My muscles ached. My hands grew raw and cold. A splinter embedded itself in my palm, a sharp, stinging reminder of the physical world's refusal to be smooth. I didn't mind. I welcomed the sting. As I was hammering the last nail into the railing, I felt it again, a soft tug at the edge of my mind. It wasn't the woman this time. It was the plateau itself. It was the place calling out for its observer. It was a cold, lonely ache, a vacuum that wanted to be filled with my attention. I paused, the hammer raised. I could feel the basalt. I could feel the thin, freezing air. I could feel the way the stars were beginning to align for the evening's rotation. I could see the violet light beginning to pool in the shadows of the pillars. I looked at the nail. It was a common galvanized nail, slightly crooked where I'd hit it off-center. I'm busy, I thought, directed not at a person, but at the void. I'm building a porch. The tug intensified, a desperate gravitational pull. The alleyway began to flicker. For a split second, the brick wall of the neighbor's house turned into a jagged cliff of volcanic glass. The sound of the city vanished, replaced by the howling, supersonic wind of the high altitudes. I didn't panic, I didn't reach for the lines. I just drove the nail home. Thump. The brick returned. Thump. The wind died. Thump. The nail was flush with the wood. I stood up and wiped the sweat from my forehead with a grimy sleeve. The porch was solid. The railing didn't move when I shook it. It was a small, localized victory over entropy. I went back inside, leaving my boots by the door. The house was warm, filled with the smell of roasting chicken. Cooper met me in the hallway, his tail thumping against the walls. "The step is fixed," I announced, walking into the kitchen. Sarah turned from the oven, her face flushed from the heat. "You're blighting." I looked down at my hand. The splinter had worked its way deeper, and a small bead of bright red blood was blooming on my palm. It was a vivid, shocking color, the most real thing I had ever seen. "I'm fine," I said. She took my hand and led me to the sink. She ran cool water over the wound, her touch gentle and sure. She used a pair of tweezers to pull the sliver of wood out, and I winced. "There," she said, dabbing it with a piece of gauze, "the great surveyor, defeated by a piece of cedar." "It's a different kind of measurement," I said, watching her work. "The tolerances are much tighter." That evening, we sat on the sofa and watched a mindless movie on the television. I didn't look at the screen. I looked at the way the light from the TV reflected in Sarah's eyes. I listened to the rhythm of her breathing. I felt the weight of the world, not as a burden to be balanced, but as a blanket to be shared. At 8:42, the exact moment I had sent my message the night before, I felt a faint, distant chime in my mind. It wasn't a warning. It wasn't a call for help. It was a report. 0.04, the thought drifted through me, light as a feather, stable. The shadows are where they need to be. I didn't reply. I just leaned my head back and let the thought dissipate. I realized then that the woman on the plateau didn't need me to be her navigator. She needed me to be her destination. She needed to know that there was a world worth holding still for. She needed to know that someone was down here, fixing porches and buying milk and bleeding from splinters. She was the anchor in the sky, and I was the anchor on the earth. And between us, the thread was pulled taut, keeping the drift from becoming a deluge. Around midnight, I woke up in the dark. The house was silent, save for the occasional creak of the settling timber. I got out of bed, careful not to disturb Sarah, and walked to the window. The sky was clear. The stars were brilliant, unmoved by the clouds that had plagued the day. I looked up at the constellation of Orion, the hunter, standing tall over the city. I knew that if I looked too hard, I would see the lines. I knew that if I let my mind slip, I would see the way the stars were actually moving, not in a slow, majestic arc, but in a frantic, terrifying tumble through the dark. But I chose not to look. I looked instead at the street lamp on the corner, casting a pool of amber light on the wet pavement. I looked at the silhouette of the trees, their branches swaying in a gentle breeze. I looked at the world as it appeared to be, and for the first time in a decade, I accepted the illusion. Reality is a consensus, I realized. It's a story we all agree to tell each other so we don't have to look at the fire. And as long as someone is there to keep the fire from spreading, the story can continue. I went back to bed and pulled the covers up. I felt the warmth of Sarah's body next to mine, a heat that defied the absolute zero of the space between the stars. The stars were turning, the world was sliding, the drift was constant. But the measurements were close enough. As I drifted off to sleep, I felt a final, tiny vibration in the pillow, a soft, rhythmic pulse. Thump, thump, pause. Thump, thump, pause. It was the heartbeat of the woman on the plateau, synchronized with my own. We were the two ends of the same pulse. We were the guardians of the wobble. I fell asleep, and for the first time since I had stepped onto the basalt, I didn't dream of the drift. I dreamed of a bridge that moved with the water, a structure that didn't fight the current but found its strength in the flow. I dreamed of a world that was falling, and I dreamed that we were all falling together, and that somehow in the falling we were finally flying. The stars turned, the night deepened, and in a small apartment in a city by the river, a man slept without fear, knowing that the shadows were exactly where they needed to be. Friday arrived with a heavy, metallic sky that looked like unpolished pewter. It was the kind of weather that usually made the noise in my head unbearable. The atmospheric pressure usually acted like a physical weight on the delicate sensory filaments I had developed over the years. But as I stood in the kitchen brewing coffee, I realized the static was gone. The internal compass that had spun wildly for a decade was resting due north, or at least a version of north that I could live with. I watched the steam curl from my mug. For the first time, I didn't see the mathematical fractals in the vapor. I just saw steam. I was reclaiming the surface of things, peeling back the layers of universal architecture to find the simple, sturdy reality underneath. "You're staring again," Sarah said, entering the kitchen in her robe. She looked refreshed, her eyes clear of the worry that had shadowed them since the storm. But it's a different kind of staring. You look like you're actually seeing the coffee, not the atoms inside it. I smiled and handed her a mug. "It's good coffee. That's all the data I need today." "No drafting table?" she asked, leaning against the counter. "Not today. I think I've drawn enough lines to last a lifetime. I was thinking about going for a walk, to the park, maybe even the pier." She reached out and squeezed my forearm. Her hand was warm, a grounding wire that connected me to the floorboards. "I'd like that. Let me get dressed." While she was in the bedroom, I felt a familiar, sharp vibration in my pocket. It wasn't my phone. It was the small, handheld surveyor's transit I'd kept on me since the first day on the plateau, a habit I hadn't been able to break. It was humming, not a frantic alarm, but a steady, rhythmic pulse. I pulled it out. The liquid crystal display was flickering with a series of coordinates I didn't recognize. They weren't based on the city grid or the global GPS. They were celestial offsets. 0.039, 0.038, 0.037. The drift was shrinking. The world was tightening its grip on itself. On the other side of the veil, she was doing more than just holding the line. She was reeling it in. She was stabilizing the pillars with a ferocity I hadn't expected. I felt a pang of guilt, wondering if my survey of the heart had placed too much of a burden on her. I had chosen the porch and the coffee. She was still standing in the violet wind, her hair whipping around her face, her eyes fixed on the cold fire of the stars. I closed my eyes and tried to send a thought, not a command, not a coordinate, just a sensation. I thought of the smell of the cedar boards I'd cut yesterday. I thought of the weight of Cooper's head on my knee. I thought of the way the coffee tasted, bitter and hot and real. Slow down, I whispered into the silence of the kitchen. You don't have to fix it all at once. Just let it be. The transit stopped humming. The numbers on the screen froze at 0.037 and then slowly faded into a dull gray. A ghost of a smile touched my mind, a flicker of warmth from a place where the temperature never rose above freezing. She was okay. For now, the bridge was holding. Sarah emerged, wrapped in her heavy wool coat. Ready. Ready, I said. I left the transit on the kitchen table, face down. We walked through the city, and for the first time in years, I didn't count the cracks in the sidewalk to ensure they hadn't widened by a millimeter. I didn't look at the skyscrapers and calculate their lane against the rotation of the earth. We were just two people among thousands, a pair of heartbeats lost in the grand, chaotic rhythm of the afternoon. We reached the park near the river. The trees were bare, their black branches etched against the gray sky like ink on parchment. A group of children was playing near the fountain, their laughter ringing out in the cold air. To a surveyor, their movements were erratic, unpredictable variables that defied mapping. To a man, they were the reason the world bothered to stay upright at all. We sat on a bench overlooking the water. The river was high, the current churning with the runoff from the mountains. I watched a piece of driftwood snagged on a pylon. It bobbed and strained against the flow, refusing to be carried away. Arthur, Sarah said softly, her eyes on the water. Do you think it stays like this? Quiet. I don't know, I admitted. The universe has a way of wanting to return to chaos. It's the second law of thermodynamics. Everything trends toward disorder. But we're the exception, aren't we? She turned to look at me. People. We spend our whole lives trying to put things in order. We build houses, we plant gardens, we make schedules. We fight the entropy. We do, I said, and sometimes we win for a little while. Is that what you were doing? All those nights at the table, fighting the entropy. I looked at my hands, the small scab from the splinter already beginning to heal. I thought I was measuring it. I thought if I could just track it accurately enough, I could predict when the walls would start to crumble. But I realized that the measuring doesn't stop the crumbling, only the staying does. She leaned her head on my shoulder. Then let's just stay. For as long as we can. A sudden gust of wind swept across the river, cold and sharp. It carried with it a scent I knew too well, the ozone-heavy smell of a high-altitude storm. The sky didn't turn violet, but the light shifted, becoming momentarily too bright, too clinical. I felt a tremor in the bench. It wasn't the city's heartbeat this time. It was a localized shudder, a hiccup in the fabric of the immediate area. I saw the children by the fountain freeze for a split second, their faces turning toward the sky as if they'd heard a sound just beyond the range of human hearing. My instinct screamed at me to reach out, to find the pillars, to brace the world with my mind. I felt my consciousness beginning to expand, the walls of my skull thinning as I prepared to interface with the drift. No, I told myself, stay here. I gripped the edge of the wooden bench until my knuckles turned white. I focused on the texture of the grain, the coldness of the iron armrest, the weight of Sarah's head on my shoulder. I forced myself to remain small. I anchored myself to the moment with every ounce of will I possessed. The tremor passed. The light returned to its dull, honest gray. The children resumed their play, unaware that they had almost slipped through a crack in the afternoon. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic bird in a cage. "Did you feel that?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Just the wind," I said, though I knew she didn't believe me. Just a change in the weather. We walked back to the apartment in a silence that was more fragile than before. The peace hadn't been broken, but it had been tested. The world was still wobbling. The pillars were still under strain. My resignation hadn't ended the crisis. It had simply changed my role in it. I was no longer the mechanic. I was the passenger who had decided to stop looking at the engine. When we returned, I saw a man standing in the hallway outside our door. He was wearing a nondescript gray suit and carrying a leather briefcase. He looked like an accountant or a low-level bureaucrat, but his eyes had that flat, distant look of someone who had spent too much time looking at things that weren't there. "Mr. Pendergast," he said, nodding to me. He didn't look at Sarah. "I told them I was done," I said, stepping in front of her. "I'm not here to ask you to return to the station," the man said. His voice was dry, like rustling paper. "I'm the courier. I have the new calibration sheets. They're for the local sensors. You don't have to project. You just have to record the terrestrial baseline once every 24 hours. "I'm not doing it," I said. The man sighed, a sound of genuine exhaustion. "Arthur, the drift isn't a choice. It's a condition. You can stop looking at the stars, but the stars won't stop looking at you. If the local sensors aren't calibrated, the bleed will start happening in the grocery stores, in the libraries, in your living room. Do you want Sarah to wake up one morning and find that the kitchen is 3 inches wider than it was when she went to sleep?" I looked at Sarah. She was watching us, her face pale. She didn't know the specifics, but she understood the stakes. She knew that our quiet life was built on a foundation of impossible labor. "Give me the briefcase," I said. The man handed it over. The interface is the same, just the passive modules. No uplink required unless the variance exceeds 10%. "Go away," I said. He nodded, a brief, professional gesture, and disappeared down the stairs. I walked into the apartment and set the briefcase on the drafting table. It felt incredibly heavy, as if it contained the mass of a small moon. Arthur, Sarah stood in the doorway, her coat still on. What was that? Who was he? I looked at the briefcase, then back at her. I couldn't lie to her anymore. The telemarketer excuse was a thin veil that had finally torn. "He's part of the group I used to work with," I said, my voice steady. "The people who monitor the stability of things." "The stability of what?" "Everything," I said. "The world isn't as solid as it looks, Sarah. It drifts. It slides. There are places, pillars, that keep it in place. I was one of the people who watched them. I was the one who made sure the map stayed true to the ground." She walked over to the table and touched the leather of the briefcase. "And now?" "Now I'm just a man with a briefcase," I said. "I have to take some measurements, just to make sure our home stays where it is. It's a passive job. It won't take me away from you." She looked at me for a long time, her eyes searching mine for the violet shimmer. I don't know what she saw, but after a moment she nodded. "Okay," she said, "but you do it here, in this room, and when you're done, you come back to the kitchen." "I promise," I said. She left the room, closing the door softly behind her. I opened the briefcase. Inside was a sleek black tablet and a series of glass-encased sensors that looked like oversized marbles. I took one out and placed it on the corner of the drafting table. It immediately began to glow with a soft, amber light. I turned on the tablet. The interface was familiar but stripped down. There were no celestial maps, no deep space telemetry, just a single pulsing line representing the local reality. 0.037. It was the same number I'd seen on the handheld transit. I sat down at the stool. I didn't feel the old rush of power, the dizzying sensation of being a giant striding across the cosmos. I felt like a watchman, a lighthouse keeper on a very small, very lonely island. I began the calibration. It was tedious, exacting work. I had to align the sensors with the magnetic north, the gravitational center of the building, and the local ley lines of the city's power grid. It took an hour of quiet concentration. As I worked, I felt the apartment settle. It was a physical sensation, like a sigh. The walls seemed to grow denser. The light in the room became more focused. The noise of the universe, which had been a faint, persistent hum in the back of my mind, faded into a comfortable silence. I was finishing the last sensor when I heard a sound from the other side of the door. It was Sarah, humming a low, wordless tune as she moved about the kitchen. It was the same tune she'd been humming for years, a simple melody that I'd never bothered to identify. I stopped, I listened. The melody was perfectly in tune. It didn't waver, it didn't drift. It was a constant, a fixed point in the turning world. I realized then that the survey wasn't just about the pillars or the basalt or the violet stars. It was about this room, this woman, this melody. The universe was a vast, terrifying machine, but it was held together by the smallest of threads, the things we love, the routines we keep, the music we make in the dark. I finished the calibration and shut down the tablet. The sensors went dark, their work done for the day. I packed them back into the briefcase and slid it under the drafting table. I stood up and went to the window. The sun was setting, casting long, orange shadows across the city. The stars were beginning to emerge, one by one, piercing the gray veil of the sky. I looked at Orion. I looked at the belt, the sword, the bright fire of Rigel. They were beautiful, but they were no longer my masters. They were just lights in the distance, part of a grander design that I didn't need to understand. I went to the kitchen. Sarah was at the stove, stirring a pot of soup. Cooper was asleep on his rug, his paws twitching as he chased dream rabbits through a dream forest. "Done?" she asked, without turning around. "Done," I said. I walked over and stood behind her, wrapping my arms around her waist. I pressed my face into the crook of her neck, breathing in the scent of her hair, shampoo and rain and home. "The world is still there," I whispered. "I know," she said, leaning back against me. "I can feel it." We stood there for a long time while the soup simmered and the light faded from the windows. Outside, the stars began their long, slow turn, the engine of the night grinding away in the silence. The pillars stood firm on their high plateaus, and the woman in the violet wind kept her watch, her heart beating in time with mine. The drift was 0.037. The shadows were where they needed to be, and for the first time in 10 years, Friday felt like the beginning of something rather than the end. I was Arthur Pendergast, a man who had seen the edges of the universe and decided that the center was much more interesting. I was a surveyor of the small, a mapper of the mundane, and as I held my wife in the quiet of our kitchen, I knew that the stars could turn all they wanted. I wasn't going anywhere. The soup was thick with leeks and potatoes. the kind of heavy, saul-trimmed comfort that felt like an anchor in the stomach. We ate in a silence that wasn't cautious anymore, but rather a shared territory we were both rediscovering. The clink of the spoons against the ceramic bowls was the only telemetry I needed. Every sound stayed within its decibel range. Every reflection in the darkened window stayed pinned to the glass. After dinner, Sarah went to the living room to read, but I found myself drawn back to the drafting room. I didn't open the briefcase. Instead, I sat on the stool and looked at the bare wooden surface of the table. For years, this rectangle of pine had been a window into the terrifying mechanics of the void. Now, it was just furniture. I reached into the drawer and pulled out a sketchbook I hadn't touched since the early days of the fever. It wasn't filled with coordinates or gravitational slope intercepts. It was filled with charcoal drawings of Sarah's hands, the architecture of the bridge downtown, and the way the light hit the river at 4 in the afternoon. I turned the pages, feeling the grit of the charcoal on my fingertips. These were the things I had traded for the stars. I had thought I was becoming a god of precision, but I had really just been a ghost haunting my own life. A faint vibration stirred in the floorboards. It was so subtle that a normal man wouldn't have felt it, but my nerves were still tuned to the subharmonics of the earth. It wasn't the bleed from the drift. It was a mechanical rhythm, heavy, rhythmic, and approaching from the street below. I went to the window and pulled back the curtain. A black sedan was idling at the curb, its headlights cutting twin tunnels through the light mist. A man stood beside the car, looking up at my building. He wasn't the courier from earlier. This man was taller, broader, wearing a heavy overcoat that seemed to absorb the street lamp's glow. My heart did a slow, heavy roll in my chest. They weren't going to let me just be a watchman. The passive modules were a leash, and the leash was being pulled. Arthur, Sarah's voice came from the doorway. She had seen the reflection of the headlights on the ceiling. Who is that? I don't know, I said, though the lie felt like ash in my mouth. Stay here. Don't open the door. Arthur, please, if this is about the work, if they're taking you back. They aren't taking me anywhere, I said, turning to her. I took her face in my hands. Her skin was cool, and her eyes were wide with a fear that I had put there. I am staying right here. I just need to tell them that in person. I grabbed my jacket and headed out before she could protest. The hallway felt narrower than usual, the shadows of the banisters stretching out like long, dark fingers. I descended the stairs, each step a conscious choice to remain grounded, to stay heavy, to refuse the pull of the heights. When I stepped out onto the sidewalk, the cold air hit me like a slap. The man by the car didn't move. He waited until I was 6 feet away, his face obscured by the shadow of his hat brim. The baseline is 0.037, I said, my voice rasping in the cold. I did the calibration. I'm doing the job. Tell them to leave the car off my street. The baseline is irrelevant, Arthur, the man said. His voice was deep, cultured, and carried a strange resonance, as if he were speaking through a long tube. We didn't send the courier to give you a job. We sent him to give you a warning. I don't need warnings. I'm out. You were never in or out, Arthur. You are a component. You are a stabilizer. When you walked away from the plateau, you didn't just leave a post. You left a vacuum. He stepped forward into the light. He was older than I expected, his face a map of deep lines and silver stubble. His eyes weren't flat like the courier's. They were burning with a frantic, exhausted intelligence. The woman, the one who took your place, she's failing. The world seemed to tilt, not a gravitational shift, but a moral one. I thought of her, the woman on the basalt, her hair a halo of violet static, her hands white-knuckled as she gripped the pillars of the world. She's holding it, I whispered. I felt the pulse. It's steady. It's steady because she's burning herself out to keep it that way, the man said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a photograph. He handed it to me. It was a satellite thermal image of the plateau. In the center, where the primary pillar stood, there was a bloom of white heat so intense it had blurred the edges of the frame. But it wasn't heat in the traditional sense. It was entropic friction. She was fighting the drift with such raw, unshielded will that the atmosphere around her was beginning to ionize. She doesn't have your technique, the man continued. You used the mathematics as a shield. You treated the drift like a puzzle to be solved. She treats it like an enemy to be wrestled. She's winning the fight, but the fight is consuming her. In 72 hours, the heat will reach critical mass. She'll vanish, and the vacuum she leaves behind will pull the entire sector, this city, this street, your wife into the collapse. I looked up at the darkened windows of my apartment. Sarah was up there, probably watching from behind the curtain, her heart hammering in the same rhythm as mine. I had spent so much time trying to protect her from the knowledge of the dark that I had forgotten the dark doesn't care if you know about it or not. Why are you telling me this? I asked. If you want me to go back, just say it. I don't want you to go back, the man said, and for the first time, I heard a tremor of real emotion in his voice. I want you to teach her how to let go. Let go. If she lets go, the world falls. No, the man said, stepping closer. If she lets go correctly, the world settles. You found the secret, Arthur. You found the 0.037. You realize that the wobble isn't a flaw, it's the design. But she doesn't know that. She thinks any movement is a failure. She's trying to freeze the universe in place, and the universe is breaking her for it. He gestured to the car. We have a transmitter in the trunk. High gain, direct link to the plateau. You don't have to leave the curb. You just have to talk to her. You have to tell her what you found in the coffee and the cedar boards. You have to give her the permission to stop fighting. I looked at the car, then back at the building. It was a trap, of course. If I reconnected, if I opened that door again, the violet wind would find its way back into my lungs. The noise would return. The fractals would bloom in my vision, and I would lose the simple, sturdy reality I had fought so hard to reclaim. But I saw the white bloom on the thermal image. I felt the phantom heartbeat in my own chest, the rhythmic pulse of a woman who was dying to keep me safe. 5 minutes, I said, and then you leave. You never come back. You find someone else to record the bass lines. Agreed, the man said. He opened the trunk. Inside was a piece of technology that looked like a cross between a radio and a surgical instrument. A headset lay on a bed of foam. It didn't look like much, but I knew that the moment I put it on, the 300 miles between here and the basalt would vanish. I took a breath of the cold, damp city air, savoring the smell of exhaust and wet pavement. It might be the last time I smelled anything so honest. I put on the headset. The transition wasn't a sound, it was a sensation of falling upward. The street vanished. The car vanished. For a second, there was only the crushing weight of the vacuum, and then the wind. It was screaming, a high, thin wail that sounded like tearing silk. I was standing mentally, if not physically, on the edge of the plateau. The sky was a bruised, angry purple, and the stars weren't turning. They were vibrating, shaking in their sockets like loose teeth. In the center of the chaos, I saw her. She was smaller than I remembered. She was on her knees, her hands pressed against the base of the central pillar. Her skin was translucent, glowing with a pale, sickly light. The ground around her was cracked, glowing with the same white heat I'd seen in the photo. Listen to me, I thought. projecting the words with the force of a physical blow. You have to stop. She didn't move. Her mind was a fortress of frozen terror. I can't, she whispered, the thought echoing through the link. It's slipping. If I move, the stars will fall. I have to hold. I have to hold. You're not holding it, I said, trying to make my mental voice as warm as the coffee in my kitchen. You're choking it. The world isn't a stone, it's a river. You have to let it flow. It will wash us away, she cried. No, it will just carry us. Look at the drift. Look at the number. I forced the image of my kitchen table into her mind. I showed her the 0.037. I showed her the way the wood grain didn't quite line up and how that was okay. I showed her Sarah's hand, the way the pulse in her wrist was slightly irregular, and how that irregularity was the very definition of life. The wobble is the grace, I told her. If you make it perfectly still, it dies. You have to trust the movement. You have to trust the fall. I felt her resistance, a wall of sheer, stubborn ice. She had been trained by the same people I had, the ones who taught us that we were the only thing standing between existence and the void. It was a lie born of arrogance. We weren't the architects, we were just the gardeners. Look at me, I pleaded. I'm in the city. I'm standing on a sidewalk. There's a man in a car and a dog in an apartment. We are all moving. We are all wobbling. And we are fine. Let go of the pillar. I'm afraid, she whispered. I know, so am I, but the stars have been turning long before we got here, and they'll be turning long after we're gone. Just let them turn. I reached out not with the cold precision of a surveyor, but with the desperate empathy of a man. I wrapped my mental arms around her, shielding her from the violet wind. I gave her my weight. I gave her my stillness. For a long, terrifying moment, the wind grew louder. The white heat intensified until I felt like my very soul was being bleached. The pillars groaned, a sound like a mountain breaking in half. And then she let go. The snap was instantaneous. The white light imploded, drawing back into the earth with a sound like a giant indrawn breath. The violet sky paled, fading into a soft, natural indigo. The wind died down to a whisper. I felt her slump against the basalt, exhausted but alive. The tension in the world, that unbearable, high-frequency hum, simply evaporated. The drift didn't vanish. It didn't go to zero. It settled. 0.037. It stayed there, solid, constant in its inconstancy. Thank you, she whispered. The link began to fray, the distance reasserting itself. Go home, I told her. Find a kitchen, brew some coffee, look at the steam. I pulled off the headset. I was back on the sidewalk. My legs felt like lead, and my vision was blurred with tears I didn't remember shedding. The man in the overcoat was watching me, his expression unreadable. Is it done? He asked. She's safe, I said, leaning against the car for support. The sector is stable. And the drift. It's where it needs to be. The man nodded. He reached into the trunk, shut down the transmitter, and closed the lid with a definitive thud. He got into the driver's seat and started the engine. You're a talented man, Arthur, he said through the open window. It's a pity you have such a small imagination. My imagination is exactly the right size, I said. It fits in a 4-room apartment. He drove away, the red taillights disappearing into the mist. I stood there for a minute, waiting for the noise to return. I waited for the fractals to start dancing in the street lamps, for the pavement to start feeling like a thin crust over a bottomless pit. But it didn't happen. The silence in my head remained. The world felt heavy, dull, and utterly magnificent. I went back inside. I climbed the stairs slowly, my muscles aching. When I opened the door, Sarah was standing in the hallway, her face tight with worry. Cooper was at her feet, his tail giving a tentative wag. "They're gone," I said, closing the door and locking it. "They won't be back." She didn't ask what happened. She didn't ask about the car or the man or the briefcase. She just came to me and held me, her heart beating against mine. Thump thump pause. Thump thump pause. I looked past her into the drafting room. The amber light of the sensor was still glowing on the table. It was a small light, a tiny beacon in the dark. It wasn't a warning anymore. It was a confirmation. We went to bed and the apartment was quiet. The city hummed with the distant sound of traffic and the rushing river. High above, the stars turned in their ancient, wobbly orbits, governed by laws that didn't need my permission to function. I fell asleep and I didn't dream of bridges or basalt or violet winds. I dreamed of nothing at all. I just slept, a heavy, tethered man in a world that was finally, perfectly, slightly out of alignment. The night deepened, the stars turned, and in the small apartment by the river, the shadows stayed exactly where they were supposed to be. Saturday arrived with a pale, watery sun that struggled to break through the morning fog. It was a quiet morning, the kind where the world feels wrapped in cotton. I woke up before Sarah and went to the kitchen. I didn't look at the drafting table. I didn't check the briefcase. I made the coffee. I watched the steam. I sat at the small table by the window and watched a sparrow land on the fire escape. It hopped along the iron rail, its movements quick and nervous. It looked at me with one black, bead-like eye, then ruffled its feathers and flew away. To a surveyor, the flight of a bird is a chaotic variable, a disruption of the air that can't be mapped. To me, it was just a bird. I realized then that the true work wasn't in the measuring. It was in the forgetting. It was in the ability to look at a beautiful, broken world and not feel the need to fix the cracks. The cracks were where the light got in. I took a sip of my coffee. It was hot, bitter, and perfect. The drift was 0.037. I was home. The Saturday morning light did not arrive with the clinical precision of a laboratory lamp. It filtered through the dusty glass in uneven, golden splotches that danced across the linoleum. For the first time in a decade, I didn't reach for my spectacles to calculate the angle of refraction. I simply watched the dust motes drift. They swirled in the wake of Cooper's tail as he trotted toward his water bowl, their movement chaotic, unscripted, and entirely devoid of mathematical intent. I sat there with my mug, feeling the ceramic heat seep into the calluses of my palms, and I realized that the silence in my head was no longer a void. It was a clearing. Sarah emerged from the bedroom a half-hour later, her hair a sleep musk halo, wearing the oversized flannel shirt she'd stolen from my closet years ago. She stopped in the doorway, her eyes scanning my face with a caution that was becoming a habit she needed to break. I smiled at her, a real, unlabored movement of the facial muscles, and held out the pot of coffee. "It's good today," I said, "not too strong." She walked over, her bare feet making a soft, peeling sound against the floor, and leaned her forehead against my shoulder. "You stayed," she whispered into the fabric of my shirt. "I'm not going anywhere, Sarah. The car is gone. The man is gone. The work is." I hesitated, thinking of the woman on the plateau, now hopefully sleeping in a bed that didn't vibrate with the hum of the Earth's core. The work is in better hands, or perhaps it's finally out of hands entirely. We spent the morning in a domestic trance that felt like a heist. We were stealing time back from the stars. We walked to the farmer's market 3 blocks over, a place I had avoided for years because the sheer density of people, the overlapping frequencies of their voices and their footsteps, had always felt like a physical assault on my equilibrium. But today, the noise was just noise. I listened to the haggling over the price of heirloom tomatoes and the wet crunch of crates being stacked, and it felt like a symphony of the mundane. I bought a bag of apples, choosing them not for their symmetry, but for the bruises and the wild, irregular streaks of red and green. I liked the weight of them in the paper bag. I liked the way the clerk didn't look at me as a component or a stabilizer, but just as a man who owed him $4.50. When we returned to the apartment, the briefcase was still sitting by the door. It looked smaller than it had the night before, a mundane object of leather and brass. I picked it up. Sarah watched me, her breath hitching slightly, but I didn't open it. I walked to the hall closet, pushed aside a winter coat I hadn't worn since the move, and shoved the briefcase into the far back corner, behind a stack of old National Geographics and a broken umbrella. "Larther, it's just insurance now," I said, closing the closet door, a reminder of what I don't need to be. I went into the drafting room. The sensor was still there, its amber eye blinking with the steady, rhythmic pulse of the 0.037. I stared at it for a long time. It was the last tether. As long as that light blinked, I was still part of the machine. I was still the watchman, even if I was off duty. I reached out and placed my thumb over the light. I could feel the faint, microscopic tremor of the device, the ghost of the world's wobble. With a deliberate twist, I unscrewed the casing. The internal components were a marvel of miniaturization, quartz filaments and gold-pressed traces that looked like a city map for a civilization of ants. I found the primary light, the one that fed the data back to the central hub, and I snipped it with a pair of wire cutters. The light died. The silence that followed wasn't just acoustic, it was metaphysical. For the first time in my adult life, I was truly unmonitored. I wasn't a data point. I wasn't a variable in an equation of planetary survival. I was just Arthur Pendergast, standing in a dusty room in a city that didn't know I existed. I spent the afternoon cleaning. I wiped the dust from the drafting table, the lemon-scented oil bringing out the rich, honeyed grain of the pine. I organized the charcoal pencils by length, then laughed at myself and scrambled them into a drawer. I took down the charts of the bridge's stress points and the river's tidal flow. I didn't throw them away. They were part of the architecture of my return, but I rolled them up and put them in a tube. In their place, I pinned up the sketchbook. I opened it to the drawing of Sarah's hands. I looked at the way I had captured the slight tremor in her ring finger, a detail I had once thought was a flaw in my rendering. Now, I saw it as the most accurate thing I had ever drawn. It was the 0.037 in human form. As evening approached, the sky turned a deep, bruised plum. The fever didn't return. The shadows in the corners of the room remained shadows. They didn't lengthen into the reaching fingers of the drift. I stood by the window and watched the street lamps flicker to life. One of them, right across from the building, had a faulty ballast. It hummed and flickered, a staccato rhythm of light and dark. Old Arthur would have timed it. Old Arthur would have calculated the decay of the filament and predicted the exact moment of its failure. New Arthur just watched it. It was a beautiful, flickering star on a rusted pole. "Dinner's almost ready," Sarah called from the kitchen. I'm making the pasta with the sun-dried tomatoes, the ones you like." "I'll be right there," I said. I turned away from the window, but a movement in the street caught my eye. A figure was standing by the park bench across the way. For a heart-stopping second, I thought it was the man in the overcoat, back to reclaim his component. My hand instinctively went to the windowsill, gripping the wood until my knuckles turned white. But as the figure stepped under the flickering street lamp, I saw it was a woman. She was wearing a heavy, oversized parka, the hood pulled low. She looked exhausted, her shoulders slumped with a weight that no physical garment could account for. She looked up at my window, and even from 3 stories up, I recognized the pale, translucent quality of her skin. It was her, the woman from the plateau. She didn't wave, she didn't signal. She just stood there, looking at the building where the man who had saved her lived. I realized then that she hadn't come for instructions or for a mission. She had come for the same reason a sailor looks at the North Star. She needed to know that the ground could be solid. She needed to see that it was possible to let go and not vanish into the void. I raised my hand and pressed it against the glass. She stood still for a long moment, then she gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. She turned and began to walk away, her gait steady, her feet finding the rhythm of the pavement. She wasn't fighting the earth anymore. She was walking on it. I watched her until she disappeared into the shadows of the park, and then I went to join my wife. The pasta was overcooked, the sauce was a little too acidic, and the wine we opened had a hint of cork. It was the most delicious meal I had ever eaten. We talked about things that didn't matter: the neighbor's noisy cat, the price of heating oil, the possibility of taking a trip to the coast in the spring. We laughed until my chest ached, a sharp, clean pain that reminded me I was alive. Later, as we lay in bed, the city breathing around us, I listened to the house. The rafters creaked as the temperature dropped. The pipes groaned. The wind rattled the loose pane in the drafting room. In the old days, I would have heard these things as a warning of entropy, a countdown to the eventual collapse of all structures. But tonight, they were just the sounds of a house settling into the night. They were the sounds of a world that was moving, turning, and wobbling, but somehow, miraculously, holding together. I closed my eyes. The stars were out there, billions of them, burning with a furious, uncoordinated energy. They were turning just as they always had, governed by the beautiful, messy mathematics of the universe. They didn't need me to watch them. They didn't need me to measure their drift. I reached out and found Sarah's hand under the covers. Her pulse was steady against my palm. 0.037. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The stars that slowly turned had finally brought me back to the one place where they didn't matter at all. I was home, and for the first time in 10 years, the surveyor was at peace with the map. The center was no longer a coordinate, it was a feeling. It was the weight of the blankets, the scent of lavender on the pillow, and the soft, irregular breathing of the woman beside me. The universe continued its long, slow tilt into the night, and I, Arthur Pendergast, simply let it turn. The following Tuesday, the radiator in the drafting room began to hiss. In the old life, the sound would have been a jagged line on a graph, a frequency of mechanical failure that mirrored the thinning of the veil. I would have stood over it with a wrench and a thermometer, calculating the expansion of the metal until the noise fit into a manageable box of cause and effect. Now I simply turned the valve until the room grew warm and the sound settled into a rhythmic, metallic heartbeat. It was just a pipe. It was just steam. I had begun to draw again, but not the bridges. I sat at the honey-colored table and drew the things that had no structural integrity whatsoever. I drew the way Sarah's coffee reflected the overhead light, a distorted, wobbling circle of white on a brown sea. I drew Cooper's fur, trying to capture the way it didn't lie flat, but spiked in unruly tufts that defied the laws of aerodynamics. I was learning to see the world not as a series of vectors, but as a collection of textures. The transition wasn't seamless. There were moments, usually in the blue hour just before dawn, when the old vertigo would claw at the back of my skull. I would wake up drenched in sweat, my fingers twitching for the dials of a transmitter, convinced that the floor was tilting at a 4-degree angle. I would sit on the edge of the bed, gripping the mattress, waiting for the violet wind to howl through the drywall. But then I would hear the refrigerator kick on. I would hear a car door slam on the street below. These were the anchors. I would repeat the numbers to myself, not the drift, but the mundane statistics of my life. 3rd floor, 2 bedrooms, 1 dog, 1 wife. The geography of the ordinary was a sturdier map than any the agency had ever provided. A week after the man in the overcoat had driven away, a package arrived. It wasn't delivered by a courier in a dark suit, but by a harried postal worker who complained about the ice on the front steps. It was a plain brown box, no return address, heavy enough to make the cardboard sag. Sarah looked at it warily as I set it on the kitchen counter. Arthur. I don't know, I said truthfully. My heart did a quick, frantic dance against my ribs, the old surveyor's instinct, sensing a breach. I opened it with a kitchen knife. Inside, nestled in wads of yellowed newspaper, was a brass telescope. It was an antique, the leather casing worn smooth by decades of hands, the glass lenses polished to a mirror shine. There was no note, but tucked into the eyepiece cap was a small, dried sprig of lavender. I held the telescope to my eye and looked out the window. I didn't look at the bridge. I looked at a window across the street where a woman was hanging a bird feeder. I could see the individual seeds, the way they tumbled from the bag like tiny wooden rain. It's a gift, I said, handing the instrument to Sarah, from a friend who finally learned to look up without falling. She looked through it, a small smile playing on her lips. It's beautiful. Where are you going to put it? On the balcony, I said, for when the nights are clear, not to measure anything, just to see. That evening, I went to the hall closet. I reached behind the National Geographics and pulled out the briefcase. It felt inert, like a shell washed up on a beach long after the creature inside had died. I took it down to the basement of the building, to the communal storage area where the air smelled of damp concrete and old bicycles. I found our wire mesh locker and tucked the briefcase into a corner, covering it with a tarp. I wasn't ready to destroy it. Perhaps I never would be. It was a black box of a previous life, a record of the man I had been when I thought the world was a clock that needed winding. But as I locked the mesh door and walked back toward the elevator, I didn't feel the pull of it. It was just luggage. In the weeks that followed, the city changed. Or rather, my perception of it finally stabilized. The noise didn't go away. The world is a noisy place, but it lost its edge. The fractals in the oil slicks on the road were just patterns of light and petroleum. The way the skyscrapers seemed to lean against the clouds was an optical illusion, not a structural warning. I started taking the bus. It was a chaotic, rattling experience, full of the smells of wet wool and cheap perfume. I sat among the commuters, watching the way their bodies swayed in unison as the bus rounded a corner. We were all part of a collective momentum, a shared drift that required no one at the helm. I found myself watching a young man in the seat across from me, his head nodding as he listened to music I couldn't hear. He was perfectly balanced in his imbalance. He was 0.037 personified. I realized that the agency's great error wasn't in their math, but in their fear. They saw the wobble as a precursor to the fall. They didn't understand that the wobble was the support. A bridge that cannot sway will eventually snap. A heart that cannot skip a beat is a machine, not an organ. One evening, Sarah and I went for a walk along the river. The air was crisp, the kind of cold that makes your lungs feel sharp and clean. We walked toward the great bridge, the massive suspension, cables glowing like harp strings in the moonlight. I stopped at the midpoint of the span. In the past, I would have felt the vibrations of the traffic through the soles of my shoes as a series of warnings: tension too high, resonance building, structural fatigue. I would have been calculating the wind shear against the towers, my mind a frantic calculator trying to hold the steel in place. But tonight, I just leaned against the railing and looked down at the water. The river was black and swirling, broken by the white foam of the wakes from passing tugboats. The bridge beneath me hummed with life. It moved. I could feel it swaying, a slow, rhythmic undulation that felt less like a failure and more like a breath. "You're quiet," Sarah said, tucking her arm through mine. "I'm just listening," I said. "To what?" "To the bridge. It's happy." She laughed, a bright, clear sound that carried over the water. "Bridges aren't happy, Arthur. They're just metal." "No," I said, turning to look at her. The moonlight caught the silver in her hair, the fine lines around her eyes that spoke of years of waiting for a man who was lost in the stars. They're ideas. They're the way we get from one side of the dark to the other, and as long as they can move, they're safe. We stood there for a long time, two small figures on a giant, swaying needle of steel. The stars were out, turning in their vast, unhurried circles. I didn't look for the violet light. I didn't look for the cracks in the sky. I just looked at the way the light from the city reflected in Sarah's eyes. When we got home, the apartment felt warm and solid. I went into the drafting room one last time that night. I sat at the table and picked up a charcoal pencil. I didn't draw a bridge. I didn't draw a hand. I drew a circle. It wasn't a perfect circle. One side was a little flatter than the other, and the line was thicker where my hand had hesitated. It was a wobbly, imperfect, hand-drawn circle. I pinned it to the center of the wall. The next morning, the sun rose again, slightly off-center, slightly late, and perfectly on time. The drift was 0.037, and for the first time in my life, I didn't need to know why. I just needed to know that it was there, and that I was here, and that the coffee was almost ready. The stars continued to turn, and beneath them, the world kept its beautiful, precarious balance, held together not by the strength of surveyors, but by the grace of the fall. I closed the door to the drafting room and walked into the kitchen, leaving the maps behind. I was no longer a gardener of the void. I was just a man in a kitchen, watching the steam rise. The transition into a state of permanent normalcy required a specific kind of discipline. It was a reverse engineering of the soul. For years, my mind had been a finely tuned receiver, scouring the static of the universe for the slightest hitch in the celestial gears. Now, I had to learn the art of being deaf. I had to teach my nerves that a sudden drop in barometric pressure was merely a sign of rain, not a thinning of the membrane between dimensions. I took a job at a small architectural firm downtown. They didn't build bridges that defied gravity or skyscrapers that pierced the troposphere. They designed split-level suburban homes and renovated old libraries. My boss was a man named Miller who wore clip-on ties and obsessed over the municipal drainage codes of New Jersey. To him, a catastrophe was a contractor using the wrong grade of PVC piping. I loved him for it. Pendergast, he said one Tuesday morning, leaning over my shoulder with a smell of peppermint and stale coffee. This floor plan for the Henderson garage. You've got the load-bearing beams reinforced to 4 times the legal requirement. Are we expecting a tank to park in there? I looked down at my blueprints. I had instinctively calculated the structural integrity required to withstand a localized gravitational collapse. I had built a bunker where a lawnmower was meant to sit. Habit, I said, rubbing my eyes. I'll dial it back. Good, we're building a shed, Arthur, not a fortress against the end of days. Relax, the earth isn't going anywhere. I smiled and picked up my eraser. If only you knew Miller. If only he knew how hard the earth worked to stay exactly where it was. But that was the point of the new life. He didn't have to know. I was the retired soldier of a war that took place in the decimals of reality, and my reward was the right to worry about PVC piping. Sarah noticed the change in the way I carried my weight. I no longer walked as if I were balancing on a tightrope. I began to leave the lights off in the hallway at night, no longer afraid of what the shadows might reveal if they were left unobserved. We began to reclaim the spaces of our home that had been ceded to my vigilance. The drafting room, once a cathedral of anxiety, became a den. We put a television in there. We bought a rug that was a hideous shade of orange because Sarah liked the way it felt under her bare feet. But the world has a way of reminding you that you are never truly off the clock. It happened on a Thursday, 3 months after I had snipped the lead to the sensor. I was sitting in a small park near the office, eating a ham sandwich and watching a group of pigeons fight over a crust of bread. The sun was pale, filtered through a thin veil of cirrus clouds. A man sat down on the bench next to me. He wasn't wearing an overcoat. He was wearing a jogging suit, bright neon blue, slightly too tight around the middle. He looked like any other middle-aged man trying to outrun his cholesterol, but he didn't look at the pigeons. He didn't look at the sky. He looked at his watch, a heavy digital thing that seemed to have too many buttons. The resonance is peaking in Sector 7, he said quietly. His voice was conversational, the tone one might use to comment on the score of a ball game. I froze. A piece of ham felt like a stone in my throat. I didn't turn my head. I don't work for the agency anymore. I know, the man said. He wiped sweat from his forehead with a wristband. I'm your replacement. Well, one of them. They had to split your sector into 3. They said your capacity for intuitive stabilization was freakish. Nobody else can hold the line the way you did, Pendergast. I'm not holding any lines, I said, my voice trembling. I'm eating a sandwich. The woman from the plateau, he continued, ignoring me. The one you let go, she's a teacher now in Vermont. She teaches 4th grade science. They wanted to bring her back in, but the drift around her. It's gone. She's completely inert. It's like you neutralized her. I finally looked at him. His eyes were tired. There were dark circles beneath them that no amount of jogging could explain. He looked the way I felt for a decade, like a man trying to hold back the ocean with a thimble. I didn't neutralize her, I said. I just reminded her that she was heavy. That's all we are. We're just weights. If we stop trying to float, the universe stops trying to pull us apart. The man in the blue tracksuit sighed. The agency doesn't see it that way. They're panicking, Arthur. The 0.037, it's increasing. It's up to 0.041 in the North Atlantic corridor. The fever is spreading. We're losing the anchors. I felt a cold prickle of the old fear. 0.041. That was a significant jump. That was the kind of deviation that turned shadows into teeth. I looked at the pigeons. They were still pecking at the ground. The trees were still rooted. The world felt solid. "What do you want from me?" I asked. I threw the briefcase in a locker. I cut the sensor. "I'm out." "I just wanted to see you," he said. He looked at me with a desperate, hungry curiosity. I wanted to see if it was true. The rumors at the hub. They say you found a way to exist in the drift without being consumed by it. They say you found the 0 point. I looked at my hands. They were steady. There is no 0 point. There's just the choice to stop measuring. The more you watch the wobble, the more you become part of it. You become a variable. If you want the world to stop shaking, you have to stop shaking first. The man stood up. He checked his watch again. 0.041, he whispered. "I have to go to the bridge. The resonance. I can feel it in my teeth." "Don't," I said. He paused. "Don't what?" "Don't try to fix it. Just walk across it. Feel the sway. Let it move you. If you fight it, you'll break." He looked at me as if I were speaking a foreign language, a dialect of madness he wasn't yet ready to understand. He shook his head, turned, and began a slow, rhythmic jog toward the river. I watched his neon blue back disappear into the crowd. He was a man running toward a fire with a cup of water, convinced that the survival of the sun depended on his effort. I finished my sandwich. I waited for the sky to crack. I waited for the pigeons to dissolve into geometric shapes. I waited for the park bench to tilt and spill me into the void. But the grass stayed green. The air stayed cold. The 0.041 existed in a realm of mathematics that had no power here, in the world of ham sandwiches and neon tracksuits. I realized then that the agency's greatest secret wasn't the drift. It was the fact that the drift didn't matter as much as they thought it did. The universe was bigger than their equations. It was more resilient than their fear. It had been wobbling for billions of years before we started measuring it, and it would be wobbling long after we were gone. I walked back to the office. I spent the afternoon calculating the slope of a driveway for a dentist in Paramus. It was a beautiful, mundane problem. It had a beginning, a middle, and an end. When I got home that evening, the apartment was filled with the scent of roasting chicken and rosemary. Sarah was in the living room, reading a book. Cooper was asleep on the orange rug, his paws twitching as he chased dream rabbits. I went to the drafting room and looked at the circle I had drawn. I took the sprig of lavender that had come with the telescope and taped it to the wall next to the drawing. The scent was faint, a ghostly reminder of a plateau I would never visit again. I thought of the woman in Vermont, teaching fourth graders about the solar system. I wondered if she told them that the stars were turning, or if she told them that the Earth was a safe place to stand. I hoped it was the latter. "Arthur," Sarah called from the kitchen. "Can you check the radiator? It's making that sound again." I went to the radiator. It was hissing, a long, steady exhale of steam. I knelt beside it, the metal warm against my palm. I could hear the water bubbling inside, the expansion of the iron. In the old days, I would have heard the scream of a dying world. Now I just heard a house staying warm. I adjusted the valve, a fraction of a turn to the left. The hiss subsided into a gentle hum. "Fixed," I said. I stayed on the floor for a moment, my forehead pressed against the cool plaster of the wall. I listened to the heartbeat of the building. I listened to the city outside. I listened to the silence of the stars. They were turning, they were drifting. They were falling through the infinite dark at speeds that defied comprehension. And I was home. I stood up and went to join my wife for dinner. We sat at the small wooden table, the light from the overhead lamp casting a warm, golden circle around us. We talked about the dentist's driveway. We talked about the price of rosemary. We talked about the way the moon looked through the antique telescope, large and scarred and indifferent to our observations. Later, in the deep quiet of the night, I stood on the balcony. I didn't use the telescope. I just leaned my elbows on the railing and looked out at the city. The flickering street lamp across the way had finally burned out. It was dark now, a small gap in the grid of light. In the old life, that darkness would have been a portent, a sign of encroaching entropy. Now it was just a bulb that needed changing. I looked up. The great bear was prowling across the northern sky. Orion was rising in the east, his belt a perfect slanted line of 3. They looked permanent. They looked like the very definition of stability. But I knew the truth. I knew they were moving. I knew the whole tapestry was sliding, a slow, majestic migration toward an unknown destination. I reached out and touched the cold metal of the railing. I felt the vibration of a distant train, a faint, rhythmic pulse that traveled through the bedrock and up through the steel of the building. 0.041. The number drifted through my mind like a leaf on a stream. I didn't grab it. I didn't try to calculate its trajectory. I just let it float away. The world was wobbling. The stars were turning. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of the fall. I was part of it. We were all falling together in a beautiful, uncoordinated dance that required no surveyor, no watchman, and no maps. I went inside and closed the door, locking it not against the universe, but simply to keep out the cold. I turned off the lights, one by one, until the apartment was draped in the soft, natural shadows of the night. I walked through the dark, my feet knowing the way by heart, and lay down beside the woman who had waited for me to return from the edge of the world. I closed my eyes. The drift was there, a silent tide beneath the floorboards. But as I drifted off to sleep, the only rhythm that mattered was the steady, uneven breath of the person next to me. The surveyor was finally asleep. The map was blank, and the stars, unobserved and unmeasured, continued their long, slow turn into the morning. The following Monday, Miller handed me a project that would have once felt like a cosmic joke, or perhaps a final test of my newfound sobriety from the infinite. It was a small conservatory for a retired botany professor in the suburbs. The man wanted glass walls of it, a ceiling of it, a transparent cage to capture the sun for his orchids. He's particular, Arthur, Miller said, chewing on a toothpick. He's worried about the expansion joints, says the ground in that part of the county settles unevenly. He wants it rigid. He wants it to stay exactly where he puts it. I looked at the site survey. The soil was heavy clay, prone to heaving with the frost and shrinking in the heat. It was a landscape in constant, microscopic flux. To build something rigid, there was to invite a slow-motion explosion of shards. "I'll talk to him," I said. I drove out to the site the next afternoon. The professor was a spindly man named Aristone, with hands that looked like the roots he tended, knotted, earth-stained, and surprisingly strong. He stood in his backyard, pointing at a patch of grass with his cane as if accusing it of treason. "It moves," he snapped. "I've lived here 30 years, and the house has shifted 4 inches to the west. I want the conservatory to stay put. I want a foundation that reaches the bedrock. I don't want my glass cracking because the earth can't keep its seat." I looked at the space where the glass would go. I saw the way the trees leaned away from the prevailing wind, their trunks curved in a permanent, graceful compromise. "If I build it the way you want," I said softly, "it will shatter in 5 years. Maybe 3. Aristone bristled. "Not if the steel is thick enough, not if the bolts are tempered." "Steel doesn't care about your intentions, Professor. Neither does the clay. If you fight the settling, the tension will build up in the panes. One night you'll be sitting here with your lady slippers, and the whole thing will sing like a tuning fork before it blows out. You don't want a fortress, you want a reed." He looked at me, his blue eyes squinting behind thick spectacles. He was looking for the engineer, but I suspect he saw the ghost of the surveyor, a reed made of glass. "I'm going to design it with floating gaskets," I explained, sketching a quick diagram in the margins of my clipboard. "The frame will have a tolerance of nearly 2 centimeters. When the ground heaves, the glass will slide within the seals. It will breathe. The structure will move, but the integrity will remain. It's the 0.037 principle." The number slipped out before I could stop it. Aristone tilted his head. "The what?" "A mathematical quirk," I lied, though it felt more like the truth than anything I'd ever said. The margin of grace allowed for things that refused to be still. He grumbled, but he let me proceed. As I drove back to the city, I realized I was no longer trying to stop the world from wobbling. I was teaching it how to wobble safely. I was an architect of the drift. That evening, the air in the city felt heavy, charged with the peculiar ozone scent that precedes a summer storm. I met Sarah at a small bistro we'd started frequenting. It was tucked into a basement, the walls lined with wine bottles and the ceiling low enough to feel like a secret. She was already there, a glass of red wine in front of her, her fingers tracing the rim. She looked up and smiled, but there was a flicker of something in her expression, a shadow of the old days, a ghost of the woman who used to watch me watch the sky. "What is it?" I asked, sitting down. "I saw a man today," she said, "on the subway. He was wearing a bright blue jogging suit." My heart gave a single, hard thump against my ribs. I reached for the water carafe, my hand steady despite the sudden chill in the marrow of my bones. "Did he say anything to you?" "No, he just stared at his watch, and then he looked at me. He looked, terrified Arthur. He looked at me as if I were a ghost or a miracle. He started to step toward me, but the doors closed and the train pulled away. She reached across the table and took my hand. Her skin was warm, a solid anchor. He looked like you used to look, like he was trying to hear a sound that was too loud for his ears." I squeezed her hand. I thought of the man in the blue tracksuit, standing on a bridge or a subway platform, clutching his heavy digital watch like a life preserver. I thought of the 0.041. I wondered if he was currently calculating the resonance of the tunnel, or if he was trying to hold the train tracks together with the sheer force of his anxiety. "He's a surveyor," I said. "He's looking for the cracks." "Is he going to find them?" "He's going to find exactly what he's looking for. That's the curse of the job. If you look for the end of the world, you'll see it in every flickering light and every gust of wind. But it's a choice, Sarah. It took me a long time to realize that the cracks are just where the light gets in." She smiled, but her eyes remained serious. "Are we safe, Arthur, truly?" I looked around the bistro. I saw a couple laughing in the corner. I saw the waiter balancing a tray of plates with practiced ease, his body swaying to compensate for the slight unevenness of the floorboards. I saw the wine in Sarah's glass, the surface rippling almost imperceptibly as a heavy truck rumbled by on the street above. "The world is falling," I told her. "It's been falling since the beginning of time. but as long as we're falling at the same speed, we're standing still. We're as safe as we choose to be. We ate our dinner in a comfortable silence, the kind that doesn't need to be filled with explanations or apologies. Afterward, we walked home through the gathering storm. The first drops of rain were large and warm, splashing against the pavement like spent bullets. The wind picked up, swirling trash in the gutters and tugging at our coats. When we reached our building, the power flickered. The street lamps hummed and died, then surged back to life with a sickly yellow glow. In the old life, I would have been on my knees, checking the alignment of the horizon against the edge of the brickwork. I would have been waiting for the violet light to spill through the clouds. Instead, I held the door open for Sarah. We climbed the stairs in the dark, our footsteps echoing in the stairwell. In the apartment, the air was cool and smelled of the lavender sprig I'd taped to the wall. I went to the window and watched the lightning arc across the sky. It was a jagged, violent display of atmospheric tension, a sudden release of energy that the earth had been hoarding all day. It was beautiful. It was chaotic. It was perfectly natural. I felt a vibration in my pocket. I reached in and pulled out my phone. It was an unknown number, a string of digits that didn't follow any standard country code. I knew who it was: the hub, the agency, the men in the windowless rooms who spent their lives staring at the decimals of the apocalypse. I let it ring. The sound was a tiny electronic chirp against the roar of the thunder. It rang 5 times, 6 times, 7. Then it stopped. A moment later, a text message arrived. 0.044. The North Atlantic Rift is widening. The anchors are failing. Return to the hub immediately. The sequence has begun. I looked at the screen for a long time. 0.044. The drift was accelerating. The fever was breaking the skin of reality. Somewhere in a hidden bunker, men were weeping over graphs and screaming into telephones, trying to find a way to nail the stars to the sky. I thought of the man in the blue tracksuit. I thought of the professor and his glass conservatory. I thought of the woman in Vermont, perhaps tucking her children into bed, unaware that the mathematics of her existence were supposedly unraveling. I hit the delete button, then I turned the phone off. "Who was that?" Sarah asked from the bedroom. "A wrong number," I said. "Someone looking for a man who isn't there anymore." I walked into the kitchen and poured a glass of water. The tap hissed, a pocket of air trapped in the pipes causing the faucet to shudder. I didn't reach for a wrench. I didn't calculate the pressure. I just waited for the air to pass, and when the water ran clear and steady, I drank. I went into the drafting room. The circle I had drawn was still there, pinned to the wall. In the dim light of the lightning, it seemed to pulse, the imperfect lines shifting and blurring. It wasn't a static image. It was a living thing, a representation of the beautiful, wobbly truth of the universe. I picked up the charcoal pencil. I didn't erase the circle. I didn't try to fix it. Instead, I drew another one. This one was larger, encompassing the first, its lines even more jagged and uncertain. I drew a third and a fourth, until the wall was covered in a series of concentric, chaotic rings. They looked like the ripples in a pond. They looked like the cross-section of an ancient tree. They looked like the orbit of a planet that had decided to take the scenic route through the galaxy. I stepped back, my hands covered in black dust. The agency saw the drift as a disease. They saw the 0.037 as a symptom of a dying cosmos. But standing there in the dark heart of a storm, I saw it for what it really was, the universe's way of stretching. It was the sound of the joints cracking. It was the expansion of the soul. The sequence hadn't begun. It had never stopped. We were simply the first generation of ants to notice that the log we were standing on was floating down a river. I heard a soft sound behind me. Sarah was standing in the doorway, her silhouette framed by the light from the hallway. She looked at the wall, at the madness of the charcoal circles, and then she looked at me. "Is this the map?" she asked softly. "No," I said, putting the pencil down. "It's the destination." She walked over to me and leaned her head against my shoulder. She didn't ask for an explanation. She didn't ask if the world was ending. She just stood there, her presence a weight that I welcomed, a gravity that I had chosen. "It looks like a storm," she said, gesturing to the wall. "It's a dance," I replied. "We're just learning the steps." The thunder rolled again, a deep, bone-shaking vibration that seemed to rattle the very foundations of the city. The windows groaned in their frames. The floor tilted, or perhaps it was just my imagination, a lingering phantom of the old surveyor's vertigo. But I didn't reach for the wall. I didn't look for the level. I just closed my eyes and felt the sway. It was a slow, rhythmic undulation, the breath of a world that was tired of being held still. "I'm tired, Arthur," Sarah whispered. "Me too," I said. We left the drafting room, leaving the charcoal ripples to guard the dark. We went to bed as the storm reached its crescendo, the rain lashing against the glass like 1,000 tiny hands trying to get in. I lay there in the dark, listening to the house groan. I thought of the 0.044. I thought of the stars turning in their vast, unhurried circles, drifting further and further away from the centers we had assigned them. I thought of the violet light and the way it would eventually wash over everything, turning the world into a masterpiece of indigo and shadow. And I realized that I wasn't waiting for the end. I was waiting for the beginning. The agency was right about one thing: the old world was failing. The rigid, calculated, zero world of the architects and the surveyors was snapping under the pressure of its own perfection. But beneath it, something else was emerging, something fluid, something that knew how to move with the wind. I reached out and found Sarah's hand under the covers. Her pulse was a steady, rhythmic thrum against my thumb. 0.044, 0.05, 1. The numbers didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was the warmth of her skin and the fact that, for this moment in this room, the roof was holding. The stars continued to turn. The earth continued to wobble. And in the center of the storm, a retired surveyor finally let go of the wheel. I fell asleep to the sound of the rain, dreaming not of bridges or maps, but of a vast, open sea where the horizon was whatever you wanted it to be, and the only way to stay afloat was to stop trying to stand still. The drift was no longer my enemy. It was my element. And as I sank into the deep, quiet dark, I knew that wherever the world was going, I was already there. Tuesday was a day of gray light and the smell of wet pavement. The storm had passed, leaving the city scoured and shimmering, a million tiny mirrors reflecting a sky that couldn't quite decide if it was done with us yet. I stood on the sidewalk outside the office, watching a young woman try to navigate a massive puddle. She stepped tentatively, her reflection wobbling in the muddy water, and for a second, I saw the 0.044 in the ripple of her wake. I didn't reach for my notebook. I just watched her reach the other side, shake her umbrella, and walk on. Inside, the office was a hive of mundane anxieties. Miller was arguing with a contractor over the phone about the tensile strength of a specific grade of rebar. The smell of burnt coffee hung in the air like a localized fog. It was all so beautifully small. Arthur Miller shouted, waving me over without looking up from his blueprints. The professor called. Aristone. He's obsessed with this floating gasket idea. He wants to know if it can handle a seismic event. I told him we're not in a fault zone, but he's convinced the vibrations are getting worse. I leaned against the doorframe. Tell him the vibrations are just the house settling into a more comfortable position. Tell him the glass won't break because it's not fighting the earth anymore. Miller looked up, his eyes narrowing. You sound like a philosopher, Arthur. I hired an engineer. The best engineering is just philosophy with a safety factor, Miller. He grunted, but I saw a flicker of something in his expression, not quite respect, but a recognition that I wasn't the trembling wreck who had walked into his office months ago. I was something else now. I was a man who knew the secret of the sway. I spent the morning working on the conservatory. It was a delicate, intricate puzzle. Every joint was a compromise. Every seal was a promise of flexibility. I found myself humming as I drew, the charcoal scratching a rhythmic lullaby against the vellum. I wasn't calculating the load-bearing capacity of a static structure. I was choreographing a slow-motion dance between the clay and the light. Around noon, my desk phone rang. It wasn't the encrypted line. It was the internal office extension. There's someone here to see you, Arthur, the receptionist said. A Mr. Vane. He says he's an old colleague. The name didn't ring a bell, but the sensation did. A cold prickle at the base of my skull. I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. Send him back, I said, my voice sounding steadier than I felt. Vane was not the man in the blue tracksuit. He was older, dressed in a charcoal suit that cost more than my car, with a face that looked like it had been carved from a very hard, very cynical piece of oak. He carried a briefcase that looked like it contained the secrets of a dozen fallen empires. He didn't offer his hand. He just sat in the guest chair and looked at my drawings. The 0.037 principle, he said, his voice a dry rasp, a creative application of the drift. I didn't think you had it in you, Arthur. We always pegged you as a traditionalist, a man of the plumb line. The plumb line is a lie, I said, sitting down across from him. Gravity isn't a constant, it's a suggestion. Vane smiled, a thin, bloodless movement of his lips, a dangerous suggestion. The agency doesn't like suggestions. We like constants. We like the world to stay where we put it. Then you're in the wrong business, Vane. The world has other plans. He leaned forward, the smell of expensive tobacco and sterile air conditioning clinging to him. The 0.044 wasn't a suggestion, Arthur. It was a measurement. The North Atlantic Rift isn't just widening, it's accelerating. The magnetic poles are wandering like drunken sailors. The sequence isn't just beginning, it's reaching its first harmonic. We need the surveyors back, all of them, especially the ones who can see the pattern in the noise. I looked at my drawings of the conservatory, the floating gaskets, the margin of grace. I'm not a surveyor anymore. I'm an architect. I build things that move. You build cages for flowers, Vane spat, while the world outside is tearing itself apart. Do you know what happens when the drift hits 0.1? The satellites fall. The GPS grid collapses. The very concept of north becomes a historical curiosity. We're looking at a total systemic failure of reality as we've mapped it. Then throw away the maps, I said. The stars aren't falling, Vane. We are, and we've been falling for a long time. The only difference is that now we can't pretend we're standing still anymore. Vane stood up, his briefcase clicking shut with a sound like a guillotine. You're deluded. You think this grace of yours will save you when the violet light comes, when the resonance hits the bedrock and the buildings start to hum themselves to pieces. You're not an architect, Arthur. You're a passenger on a sinking ship who's decided to rearrange the deck chairs. At least I'm not trying to plug the holes with my fingers, I countered. The ship isn't sinking, it's launching. You're just terrified of the height. He looked at me for a long moment, his eyes cold and empty. We'll find someone else, someone who still understands the value of a fixed point. But don't say we didn't warn you. When the 0.05 hits, there won't be any gaskets big enough to save your little glass house. He turned and walked out, his footsteps perfectly measured, perfectly rhythmic. He was a man who believed in the floor. I watched him go, and for the first time I felt a profound sense of pity. He was living in a fortress of decimals, unaware that the walls were already made of sand. That evening, I didn't go straight home. I drove out to the suburbs, to the site of the conservatory. The sun was setting, casting long, distorted shadows across the heavy clay soil. I walked to the center of the staked-out plot and stood there, closing my eyes. I felt it then, not as a number, not as a calculation, but as a sensation. A deep, subaudible thrumming, like the purr of a massive engine buried miles beneath the earth. It wasn't a violent sound. It was a vibration of immense power and ancient patience. The drift, the 0.044. I knelt down and pressed my palms to the grass. The earth felt warm, vibrating with a secret life. It wasn't failing. It was changing. It was shedding its old skin, its old rigidity, preparing for a new way of being. The violet light wasn't a fire, it was a dawn. I thought of the agency, huddled in their bunkers, trying to hold back the tide with slide rules and terror. They were the ones who were truly falling. They were the ones who would be shattered when the glass finally sang. When I got home, Sarah was in the kitchen, dancing to a song on the radio. It was a slow, jazzy tune, full of blue notes and unexpected shifts in tempo. She moved with a fluid, unstudied grace, her body responding to the music in a way that defied the rigid geometry of the room. I stood in the doorway and watched her. She saw me and smiled, reaching out her hand. "Dance with me," she said. I stepped into the kitchen and took her hand. I didn't try to lead. I didn't try to follow a specific set of steps. I just let the music move us, our bodies swaying in a slow, uncoordinated circle. "A man came to see me today," I whispered into her hair. She pulled back slightly, her eyes searching mine, one of them. "Yes," he told me, "the world is ending. He told me the numbers are getting bigger." "When?" And I told him he was looking at the wrong side of the equation. She smiled, and the tension in her shoulders seemed to evaporate. We continued to dance, the kitchen floor beneath our feet feeling less like a solid surface and more like the deck of a ship in a gentle swell. "I saw the man in the blue tracksuit again," she said softly, "on the way home. He was sitting on a bench, staring at a dandelion growing out of a crack in the sidewalk. He looked peaceful, Arthur. He wasn't looking at his watch anymore." "Maybe he found his margin of grace," I said. We danced until the music ended, and then we stood there in the quiet of the apartment, holding each other. The street lamp across the way flickered, a quick, nervous pulse of light, and then went dark again. The gap in the grid was still there. The bulb still needed changing. I went to the window and looked up. The Great Bear was still there, but he seemed to have shifted his weight. Orion was higher now, his belt a little more slanted, a little less perfect. The stars were turning, their long, slow migration carrying us all toward a destination we couldn't even imagine. I felt the vibration again, the 0.044, a faint, rhythmic pulse that traveled through the bedrock and up through the steel of the building. It was stronger now, a deep, resonant chord that seemed to vibrate in my very teeth. I reached out and touched the glass of the window. It was cool and solid, but I could feel the tension in it, the microscopic stress of a world that was trying to be still while the universe was trying to move. I thought of my conservatory, the floating gaskets, the 0.037 principle. I realized then that it wasn't just about the glass, it was about everything. The buildings, the streets, the people, the very air we breathed, it all needed to learn how to move. It all needed a margin of grace. The agency was right, the anchors were failing, but they were wrong about what that meant. It didn't mean we were lost, it meant we were finally free. I turned away from the window and looked at Sarah. She was lighting a candle, the small flame dancing in the draft from the hallway. The light was warm and golden, casting long, flickering shadows against the wall where my charcoal ripples still waited. "Arthur," she asked, her voice a soft question in the dark. "I'm here," I said. I walked over to her and blew out the candle. The room plunged into the soft, natural shadows of the night, lit only by the distant, dying glow of the city and the cold, indifferent light of the stars. We lay down together, the bed feeling like a raft on a vast, dark ocean. I closed my eyes and let the drift take me. I didn't count the seconds. I didn't calculate the trajectory. I just felt the sway, the slow, majestic turn of the world as it carried us into the unknown. The surveyor was gone. The map was blank. And in the deep, quiet heart of the storm, the only thing that mattered was the steady, uneven breath of the person next to me, and the fact that we were falling together in a beautiful, uncoordinated dance that required no surveyor, no watchman, and no maps. The morning would come, and with it, the violet light. The buildings might hum, the satellites might fall, and the very concept of north might vanish like a dream. But as I drifted off to sleep, I knew that it didn't matter. We would find our way, not by looking at the stars, but by feeling the movement of the earth beneath our feet and the warmth of the hand in ours. The stars continued their long, slow turn. The world continued to wobble, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of the fall. I was part of it. I was the architect of the drift, and the drift was beautiful. I woke up once in the middle of the night. The room was silent, but the air felt charged, as if a great weight had been lifted. I looked at the wall where my charcoal circles were. In the faint starlight, they seemed to be moving, the ripples expanding and contracting in a slow, rhythmic pulse. 0.045. The number drifted through my mind, but it didn't stay. It was just a measurement of the wind. I turned over and pulled the covers up, sinking back into the deep, quiet dark. The world was turning, and for the first time I was perfectly, beautifully still. The next morning, the sun rose over a city that looked exactly the same, and yet entirely different. The puddles from the storm had dried, leaving behind intricate patterns of